Thank you, Rispa. Dixon?
Yes, good morning, everyone. This one from the Lawyers Hub. I'm also looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixon. Judge?
Do you hear me properly? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is George Clark. I am a strategic consultant in artificial intelligence innovation and sustainable development. And I'm happy to be here and also looking forward to an interesting discussion with the panelists and the public also.
I guess the on-site audience are struggling to hear the online panelists. Am I correct? Please, can we adjust the audio so that people here can hear what they are saying? So while we're trying to get that sorted, I'll just give some brief introduction to what this session is all about. Now, e-commerce as a method of trade has evolved back in the 1990s, putting consumers in the center stage. And we see that irrespective of the country that we are from, we come from, we see how e-commerce is advancing compared to the traditional way of trading. And because of this advancement, we see that there is beginning to be a form of a blurry line between businesses and consumers. And this makes it serious by emergence of emerging technology like artificial intelligence. And we see that these particular technologies have impacted the way people trade, where you see technologies now recommend products to consumers, even with their will or outside their will. And what we want to look at is that how has this technology impacted the way we as Africans perceive digital trade and e-commerce, and what are the laws, what are the consumer protection laws that is currently in existence, and how do they impact how people trade. And we also see that so far so good, we have 54 African countries, and out of the 54 African countries, we just have 24 countries currently having laws on consumer protection, and 4 of those 25 countries are currently having a draft law. And just a handful of this country have data protection laws and with no enforcement mechanisms. So we want to see how do we tackle the issue? How do we tackle the issue of digital consumer, and what are the roles of data protection and consumer protection law? How do they impact the way people respond to this online trade? So before I move forward, Dixon have a bit of presentation that he would give, and afterwards we would have the panel session, and afterwards we'll take some few questions. And you can go ahead, Dixon.
Yeah, I'd like to present, but I'm trying to show my slides. But basically, I can actually present without them. So the discussion today, as King just mentioned, is about the changing face of consumer protection in Africa. And I hope, Kingsley, you can hear me clearly. Yeah, Kingsley, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just start off by actually taking us through a small presentation on the slides, where I'll just talk about what Lawyers Hub. Lawyers Hub is a legal tech organization that actually focuses on digital policy and justice on the Pan-African basis. We also work on different pillars, that is digital policy, 1 and 2, digital economy, 3, justice innovation, and 4, research, learning, and publications. So basically, now going to our topic of today, an introduction about consumer protection. It actually promotes transparency, accountability, and trust in digital age, and actually it shields consumers and small businesses from unfair online practices. So in a nutshell, consumer protection ensures a fair and safe environment, fostering consumer confidence, and above all, driving increased participation in the digital marketplace. So consumer protection balances innovation and consumer rights in a crucial for fair business practices and for protecting consumers. So according to a report by the International Finance Corporation and Google, Africa's internet economy has the potential to reach approximately 180 billion by the end of 2025, which actually accounts for 5.2% of the consumer continent's GDP. So by 2050, we anticipate that it will contribute to around $712 billion US, which can be attributed to around 8.5% of the continent's GDP. So moving forward, we can see Africa's internet penetration has been on the rise on most of the countries, with Morocco having the highest, which is actually close to 90%, with Somalia having the lowest, which is actually below 10%. We can see Nigeria is around slightly above 50%. Kenya is slightly above 30%. You can see Malawi is slightly below 25%. That is internet penetration. So Africa is actually behind when it comes to internet, but actually in the last decade, we have seen a rise in this particular section where the internet penetration is actually improving, and governments around the continent are working towards ensuring the penetration is okay and actually helpful to the continent. And looking at the number of internet users in Africa, we can actually see the trajectory from 2017 to 2027, where in 2017, we had actually below 200 million users in the internet. But when we got to 2022, we saw a rise of the internet users, which actually came to close to almost 400 million, which actually we can attribute it to the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw a very high rise in internet usage in the world, actually, not even in Africa alone. So in online sales, because that's where now we put our focus on, Africa is seeing and growing around 25% year on, the highest rate in the world, with more than 10 million people starting to buy online each year. As of 2022, the number of digital buyers in Africa amounted to around 387.5 million internet buyers. The number experienced a significant increase compared to 2017, when it stood at around 139 million, which still I maintain that it actually attributes to around the issue of the pandemic, which saw the world, even the continent, moving to internet purchases, that is e-commerce. Other statistics actually show that online shopping in 2017 was below, and we see in 2022, it's actually very high. And online shopping, as I've just mentioned, is that 390 million in 2022, rising from less than 140 million in 2017. So penetration rate of e-commerce market in Africa, that is online sales and online digital trade, we saw penetration in Morocco, which is at 80%, 60% in Egypt, and 14% in Mauritius. Which once we saw the penetration rates, we can see why Morocco is actually very high. It's because Morocco has an internet penetration of around almost 90% penetration, meaning many people in that particular country are using the internet, which actually leading them to buying and actually engaging more in the consumer protection area, in the consumer e-commerce area, which actually making us the people there actually engage more in the e-commerce. So the penetration rate in e-commerce market in Africa is at 31.6% in 2022, and is expected to be at around 44% by 2027. So these are the statistics that we have when it comes to consumer protection, online e-commerce. So internet use 2023 and mobile connectivity, we can check here and see that Nigeria is actually very high when it comes to mobile connectivity. Connections where it's actually slightly above 150 million. Internet use with the Congo the lowest, Liberia lowest, Congo, Togo, Benin, Malawi. But Somalia is also very low. Gabon is also very low. And you can see this can be attributed to insecurities in those particular countries and political instability that's actually causing these particular low rates. So when you go to e-commerce consumer protection tools, consumer tools, these are the tools that actually we need as a person to actually engage in e-commerce in the online trade ecosystem. You need internet penetration, that is internet, Wi-Fi, internet-enabled devices like your mobile phone, your laptop. Secondly, you need electricity because those particular gadgets do not work without electricity. Then we need payment methods and delivery and logistic services. Payment methods like M-Pesa, Flutterwave, those payment methods. We also need e-commerce platforms like Jumia, Amazon. Those platforms actually are the tools that actually enable us to engage in the e-commerce ecosystem. But large of all is the data. You need data. That is personal data, products data, and delivery data, because we need to actually provide my identity for me to actually get those particular services, because it's commerce without seeing each other. So I need to actually give out my identity online. I give my information online, then to Jumia, then the Jumia will actually deliver my products to where I am. So meaning I also have to give my delivery, my place of work, or place, or my home address, so that they can be able to deliver that particular product that I've just ordered online. So moving forward, you can see the e-commerce platforms are actually having a high stage in the country, in the continent, with Jumia having the highest visits per month, which is actually at 23 million per month. Takealot, a South African company, is at 10.5 million monthly visits. And Amazon, we have Congo in Nigeria. Those are among other platforms that are actually engaging in the e-commerce ecosystem in the continent. So the e-commerce journey, which actually now we are going deeper into now looking at the e-commerce consumer protection area. For one to actually make a journey to buy or engage in the consumer market, the first stage is to actually awareness stage, where you discover and share the research. Where you go to your phone, you check, you go to Jumia, you check the phone, what you want. That's the awareness stage. Then you get to the consideration stage, where you want to consider, you want to buy, having a consideration. Here, the challenge is peer review, trust. You see people, this particular product has a lot of reviews. These things actually make us engage in this particular, buy this particular product. This is now order using an app or via call. So once you have actually considered, you want to buy maybe a fridge, a phone in Amazon, or you want to buy something like even clothes, now you make an order using an app or via call. Then you pay. There's a pay option. For Jumia, there's a pay option. You pay before delivery, or you can pay once delivered. Then delivery is actually taken. You can see even in the app, there's a process where they tell you the product is here, your product is this particular stage. Then there is now door delivery all at the station. So for Jumia, for example, they tell you, can you bring out your good to your house, or can we actually bring it, you just pick it at our stations. This also issues with warranty period, because Jumia gives out a 21-day warranty period for some products. Other products like phones, electronics take almost a year warranty. So we check if there's an defect, is there any issues to do with the challenges with that particular product. That period is there for some of the platforms in the continent. Now, moving to the awareness stage, where I've just mentioned, the awareness stage has a lot of risks for consumers. That's where you pick your phone, you start now looking through the internet where you want to purchase your product. Is it Amazon? Is it Jumia? Is it the other take-a-lot platforms? So this stage actually has a lot of risks for me as a consumer. One of the risks is breaches in privacy, data breaches, phishing scams. Some of us have been actually scammed online when doing e-commerce purchases, malware and virus, online fraud, misleading or false information, where you are being told this product is this particular standard and yet it's not. Targeted advertising and tracking, where maybe, for example, I've just searched in Jumia, I want to buy an iPhone 15. Then I start now seeing emails from iPhone. We are selling iPhone. We see now targeted advertising. There's also issues to do with impersonation, where some apps actually impersonate to be Jumia and then they are not Jumia, or they impersonate to be someone else and then they are not someone else. You see those things happen in this particular stage, where someone is actually trying to see where they can actually put their purchase. Going forward is also the consideration stage. Once now you have actually been aware of what you want, now you want to consider. In this particular consideration stage, the challenges are misleading product information. You get the product is saying it's iPhone 15 with this particular matches, yet it's not that product. Unreliable reviews and rating, whereby you find there's also issues with 5-star in this particular ecosystem, where you see a product has stars and you find that those ratings are not actually the legitimate ones. High hidden fees and deceptive pricing, limited product availability, impulse buying, those issues actually face this particular stage. Also false advertising and exaggerated claims. So moving forward to other risks that actually consumers face, we also have payment fraud, non-delivery or delayed delivery. This is actually one of the highest issues that consumers face in this particular ecosystem. Damages all defective products, poor customer service, where you call them, they don't pick, once they pick, they are very rude, data breaches during the transaction, overcharging or unauthorized charges, lack of order transparency, incorrect products specifications. I'm sure some of us have actually faced this particular risks and actually been actually part of these issues. So that's why we bring this particular topic of consumer protection. How do we now protect consumers in this particular ecosystem who are at high risk of facing these particular risks and more that I have not mentioned? So the governments in Africa have actually come up with policies and laws that regulate these particular platforms. Cybersecurity, because it's an online platform, so there's issues with cybersecurity, data protection, electronic laws, consumer protection. These all laws actually are geared towards actually protecting me as a consumer in this particular journey in the online ecosystem. So these laws are in the African continent, you can see per se, we can actually now start seeing the state of consumer protection in Africa. Nearly 600 million people across Africa use internet today. 24 countries out of 25, out of 54 countries have laws that pertain to online consumer rights and electronic transactions. Only 4 have drafts. So we can see that not all countries in this particular continent are geared towards consumer protection. In other countries, issues pertaining to online consumer protection are interspersed between laws. So there is no specific law that actually talks about online consumer protection. According to the United Nations Conference, Trade and Development, 36 countries had some form of legislation that guaranteed data protection and privacy protection as of 2021. But currently, we have more than 33 countries. Countries are trying to engage and develop laws around this particular area of data protection and privacy. Between 2019 to 2022, nearly 10 African countries enacted laws reaffirming data and privacy protection. And the regional blocks in Africa, like ECOWAS, East African Community, the Southern Africa Development Community have adopted modern laws and data protection regulations that regulate how data is actually flowing around those particular regions. So moving forward to now looking at the data protection laws in these particular countries. As you look at the map on your screens, you can see there's a very few countries in Africa that actually have no data protection laws. A majority of them have laws, and others have drafts, like Ethiopia have a draft. You can see Tanzania actually does not have a draft as per now because they enacted their own law recently. Namibia have a draft. The others, like Somalia, do not have any draft or law that pertains to data protection. When it comes to consumer protection, you can see on our screen that countries like Libya do not have consumer protection laws that touch on online consumer. Also, some few countries have they have the laws. Others have drafts, like Congo, DRC Congo have drafts, and also others do not even have any draft, like Zimbabwe. That actually talks about online consumer protection. We're looking at cybersecurity laws and electronic laws. Some countries have no cybersecurity law. Let's say Libya do not have any cybersecurity law. Some have, like Kenya, they have cybersecurity law. Nigeria has a cybersecurity law. Nigeria has, Mali, Algeria. Some have drafts, like Somalia, some have drafts, and also some do not even have any draft or any regulation that touch on cybersecurity. Electronic laws that touch on consumer protection. Some countries do have those laws. Some have regulations, like Nigeria has a draft regulation. Some don't actually have any law that touches on electronic laws. But you can see those laws that talks about, they're actually very diverse. Some countries don't have laws, some have some laws, some don't have. So meaning many consumers in this particular ecosystem are facing very many challenges when it comes to consumer protection. Now, going to a deeper analysis on consumer protection regulations, just taking a look at Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. You can see Kenya has a Consumer Protection Act of 2012. Nigeria has a Consumer Protection Council Act of 1992. South Africa has a Consumer Protection Act of 2008, and Egypt has a Consumer Protection Law number 67 of 2006. Just giving an overview, those particular laws have the scope of protect consumer protection online. They have the touch on trade practices, like Nigeria touches on unfair trade practices. It touches on products defects. So, and some actually touch on online dispute resolutions, where when you face any challenge in with Jumia, Amazon, this dispute resolution mechanism in this particular consumer protection laws. Some have enforcement and penalties. Also, and all of those particular laws have data protection and privacy, where now your data is actually protected. When you see in Kenya, there's a Data Protection Act, Nigeria, and then South Africa, then it's Egypt, which do not have a comprehensive data protection legislation specifically to online consumer data. Now, moving to consumer protection regulations, addressing the issues of inclusivity and standards for digital products and platforms. There's issues with the data protection and privacy laws that govern data handling. Some actually have dispute resolution mechanisms, as I just mentioned. Number 3, there's also issues with regulation aims to prevent deceptive practices, false advertising, and unfair contact terms. Issues to do with regulation may actually require that digital platforms to have mechanisms to use feedback and reduce and redress mechanisms. You have seen these platforms actually have issues with warrants where you find the product is very defective. In the period where you have to return it, then they refund you. Some laws, these laws actually give out this particular strategy on how you can actually get to get the redress once you have bought something that is very defective in this e-commerce ecosystem. So that was my last slide. And in conclusion, I can say that most African countries have actually developed these particular regulations as touch on online consumer. that protects an online consumer in this particular ecosystem. But some of the countries that we need to actually advocate and lobby for them to actually develop these laws that will be able to manage and actually accurately safeguard the rights and protection of the consumer in the online ecosystem. With that, I can actually leave you with one say that says, protect your rights in the ecosystem and ensure that your data is protected and is private from any breaches. Thank you, and wish you a nice discussion.
Thank you, Dixon, for that presentation. I know that we have all learned something from this session. So I'll be asking some few questions to the panelists. One of the things we have seen is the interaction between consumer protection laws, data protection laws, electronic signature, election transaction, and also cybersecurity. So we'll be asking some few questions to see how all these things impact themselves, and also some few questions on the presentation that Dixon made. And I am sure that we would all, if you also have questions, you can write your questions down, and I'll be glad to ask your questions. Also, for our online listeners, if you have questions, you can drop it on Zoom. I can see your questions, and I would ask our panelists the question. So my first question goes to RISPA. Based on the presentation that Dixon just made, I want to ask you, what are the emerging issues in consumer protection in the digital economy, and what categories of persons or consumers are most vulnerable?
Okay. Thanks, Kingsley, for that. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. I think Dixon did a really good job in trying to highlight most of the issues. So I'm just going to single them out just a bit more. I think one key area that he's been able to highlight has been around privacy and the security risks attached. Given that a lot of, work or relations are moving online, and just because of the convenience, the flexibility of it, the affordability of it, there's increased choice for the consumers. There's a lot more interaction that way. But then that also means the risks around privacy, the risks around security, and those kind of threats are also enhanced. But I think, as we have seen from the maps, we have a number of countries also moving to make sure they're building, whether it's legislation or policies in this particular domain or space. So with the involvement of data and the vast use and sharing of data, we are getting more and more countries putting together data protection laws, putting together privacy policies, and then also making sure there's some sort of enforcement around it. Now, the difficulty or the challenge with this, and as you will see in many of the frameworks that are being set up, I think there's still a lot of work to be done when it comes to enforcement, and even just going by some of the countries that already have authorities in place. So issues around the budgets, issues around building capacity and resources to be able to push for such enforcement has definitely, has definitely been at the forefront. So we do have more and more people moving towards having laws, but of course, we also have a lot of work to be done still when it comes to enforcement concerns, when it comes to building capacity around understanding and creating awareness on the privacy risks or the privacy concerns, and also just being safe online. So to speak, hand in hand with this would also be concerns around the breach element of engaging online. And I think we have seen a number of breaches happening, data breaches happening. I'll give the case of Kenya, where we early in the year had Naivas, which is a supermarket here. that suffered a cyber threat, right? And so one of the requirements within our acts is to make sure that there's that notification made with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and also with your data subjects, just to create that kind of awareness. And so as a result, we see one, concerns around transparency, just how transparent are the platforms or the sellers engaging online when it comes to such instances, and then how equipped are they to make sure that their data subjects, the consumers, are actually taken care of within such instances. So that has come up as a concern within the privacy space. And then lastly is just the conversation around misuse of personal data or data more broadly. And we find this when it comes to conversations, for example, around direct marketing, right? So in case in point, in Kenya, the digital lending space has been hugely considered in this sense, whereby, by engaging on these platforms or by borrowing loans in this sense, then it translated in some scrupulous practices or debt shaming practices as a result. This can easily kind of be reflected within other particular platforms. So for example, instances where you're unable to pay off your loan, or instances where you use your details to make a payment, and then as a result, you're automatically signed on for additional products or additional services without your consent. So that easily serves as an area for misuse. And so as far as privacy and security risks come in, those are the three main ways we are finding it playing out within our context. Then I think we've also highlighted conversations around online consumer protection, regulations or policies. We are having, compared to the vastness of the country's representative, we still have a handful of them actually upgrading or updating their consumer protection laws to actually envision the online space or the online situation, and make sure that even within these spaces, consumers are still protected. So making sure, for example, there are avenues for redress, making sure there is some sort of process around dispute resolution, it's still things that people are grappling with, and we need to be more keen. And so examples like, I believe Kenya, South Africa, Uganda also have tried to move their consumer protection regulations or policies in a way that actually reflects the interactions that we get online. And I think we've also been able to highlight that we are having more and more countries incorporate consumer protection provisions in other laws or in other legislation. So not necessarily just the straight and narrow consumer protection law, but then you find it featuring, for example, within in our case, the digital lending regulations, you find it featuring in, say, a Disability Act, which now talks about accessibility and making sure that people who are differently abled are also able to have that equipment to be able to engage in the online space, sell, buy, have that sort of interaction. So I think that is another good case in point or area of concern. And then just on the case of the divide, and the digital divide is a continuing conversation, particularly when we are talking about internet connectivity and affordability. So looking at the two scopes of it, I think we have been able to highlight just how much growth is happening in this sense. But then in comparison to the rest of the world, you find that, Africa or African countries are still considered one of the least connected populations, in comparison to other jurisdictions or other populations. So as a result, it means that inclusion, access, is still really limited within our context, which then automatically translates to the extent to which people are actually empowered economically or even socially. And if you were to tie this to the next conversation around the gender gap, you find that it even widens the more. So currently, based on just research, we have, for example, more men engaging within online spaces in comparison to women. And this has been heralded to either the wage gap that we face, it's been heralded to the literacy gap that's currently present, and it's also been factored to security concerns for women within these digital spaces or interacting within the online space, which then limits the numbers and means that they don't have that kind of exposure, or they don't have that kind of benefits that will accrue to being able to engage online. And so these are some of the things that then would be recurring when we are talking about e-commerce, when we are talking about making sure consumers are actually protected and safeguarded within these spaces. And so there are areas that we then have to kind of do a deep dive and see how we can move holistically, inclusively, and in a sustainable manner for each and every person that's interacting in this space. So I will answer it in that sense.
Thank you very much, Rispa. Just a follow-up on that question to George. When this team was talking, he referred to data protection, consumer protection, electronic transactions, and cybersecurity. So I want to ask, and we know that in technology now, the buzzword is artificial intelligence. So how does this term, how does they have impact on consumer protection?
Thank you, Kingsley. I didn't quite understand your question. Could you please repeat?
Okay, so my question is, how does consumer protection in this era intersect with other issues such as data protection, electronic transaction, and especially on emerging technologies like artificial intelligence? Okay, so how consumer protection interacts with data protection, electronic transactions, cybersecurity, for example, and emerging technologies as artificial intelligence. Yes, how they intersect?
How they intersect? Well, I think today it's impossible to provide a precise answer on how is intersecting. I think we should understand this as a living thing, something that is evolving, and as emerging technologies are evolving quite fast, in particularly artificial intelligence, the potential interaction of artificial intelligence within consumer protection, data protection law, and cybersecurity is something that is evolving constantly and fastly. It's like a dynamic system. So as the focus of this session is about consumer protection, we need to separate in a historical sense what was consumer protection before digital economy, then a period how to adapt consumer protection in this space of time when digital economy start to get mature and gets bigger and expands all over the world, taking down all these national barriers in somehow, because that's like the main advantage of the digital economy, that there is no borders in somehow. Although these borders represent, in a way, in terms of taxes and fees when you make a digital transaction, for example, from one country to another. So they manifest in a different way. And so you need to have a second view of consumer protection in this circumstance, and then a third category in this historical division, which is consumer protection for a digital economy that is already mature. And then how you put there artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, it creates a mix that is very hard to understand and needs the participation of stakeholders from all the disciplines, people working on a technical side, as well as people working in the laws that will regulate this. I think the best way to move forward in this direction is to create regulatory frameworks that are flexible enough to evolve through time, ideally at the speed new technologies are evolving. So this requires a new set of skills for lawmakers and decision makers, which is you need that lawmakers, decision makers be up to speed with the evolution of technologies and at the same time fully aware of the intrinsic relations between a consumer protection, data protection, and artificial intelligence. So how to build this body of regulators and decision makers is something where Africa, for example, still have a chance to start moving forward fast, as the digital economy in Africa has not yet the level of maturity as the digital economy in the Northern Hemisphere, for example. So I see this as an opportunity for African countries. Invest in the development of this working force for building regulations for data protection, consumer protection, and the intersection with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much, George. We should ask more questions, but we are out of time already. What we'll do is that for listeners that have questions, if you register for this session, you would be given, you can send your question either to the Zoom or you can send it to me and then we'll address it via the email. And also those that have registered online, we also get your questions answered. Thank you all for listening. We wish to further this session, but the next session is here and we have to start so that we don't have much backlog. Thank you so much and have a wonderful conference.
Welcome everyone. How's day one going? Good. Just gonna check that the online panelists have joined us. Oh, Ananya's here. Can you hear us, Ananya?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you too.
Fantastic.
We're just getting Peter King on and we'll start in a few minutes.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm hearing you clear. I'm seeing everyone clear.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing everybody clear.
Brilliant. Good to see you. Oh, sure.
much. Yeah, I'll pass the mic around. Is that better? Can everyone hear me okay? Fantastic. Perfect. We can, yeah. All right. If we're good with our two virtual panelists, still there, yep. Great. Then we can go ahead and kick off and perfect. Well, thanks so much, everyone, for attending today. It's been a great first morning at the Africa IGF, and we'll be speaking about in our session a really important topic today about moving from basic to meaningful connectivity using multi-stakeholderism. And aptly named, the title of the session was Wait, You're Frozen. As some of you that were here this morning might have seen, there were a couple struggles with joining and low bandwidth, and it goes to show the importance of this issue and how, if we can't connect, we can't collaborate and speak in the first instance. So I think really relevant today as well. I'm going to kick off just by introducing my excellent panelists. My name's Roz Kenny Birch. I'm an international policy advisor focused on internet governance for the UK Government Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So it's great to be here in Abuja today, here with you all. And I'm joined by my excellent co-organizer in this session, Ernest.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ernest Mafuta Katoka. I'm a member of Internet Society. I currently chair the Affordable Internet Access, and I'm a youth at heart. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm a co-organizer of this great session today. So it's so excited that you're joining us today. So I believe together we're going to be shaping conversation around stakeholderism and how we can move from basic to meaningful connectivity in a better and more robust way. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mary Uduma, grandmother of internet governance, because I know by next year, my grandson should be attending the internet governance or activity that relates to internet governance. So I'm not only youth, but I'm also grandmother. Okay, so it's exciting to come. It's been my passion to see that we have meaningful connectivity. Well, and what role each of the internet stakeholder group can play when we talk about multi-stakeholder and the responsibilities and how we can contribute to make the internet or connectivity more meaningful and to move from basic to meaningful. Sometimes we want to call and you're saying hello, hello. The other person, the other side will not even have heard you, and you keep shouting. Your data will be your minutes will be going, and they'll be charging you. And sometimes you connect, all of a sudden you want to get to a page, and the whole thing will go off. So those are things we are going to look at this morning as we look at the meaningful connectivity in the multi-stakeholder environment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ernest and Mary. And now moving to our panelists online to introduce themselves. Ananya, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Great to join this session. I'm Ananya Dasgupta. I'm the Digital Inclusion Advisor for our Global Digital Access Program from the FCDO, that's the UK's Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office. And our program runs in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Indonesia, and Brazil. And I basically work with all of our country teams on various aspects of programming and basically project design, implementation, stakeholder engagement, all to do with digital inclusion and digital development. Really pleased to join everyone here. Back to you, Rose.
Thanks so much, Ananya. And Peter King, over to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so very much, and very pleasant day to you all in Nigeria. Sorry I couldn't join you in person. I hope I'm clear. Yeah. Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
We can hear you. Yep.
Okay. So thank you very much. My name is Peter Kinkwe. I'm the Executive Director for West Africa ICT Action Network. Thank you so much for this session. And looking at what we can speak on in terms of policies issues, as well as meaningful and basic access of internet across the sub-region. So thank you so much for the session, Ernest, and then Rosa, and Mama Mary. Thank you so much for all the participants in the house. Thank you so much for participating and coming to the session.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Peter King. So without further ado, before I launch into asking our excellent panelists some questions to get the conversation started, I'm just going to ask Ernest and Peter King to give a brief overview of the current connectivity landscape in Africa. So Ernest, perhaps we could kick off with you and then go to Peter King.
Right, Rose. So currently, Africa's current connectivity landscape has been characterized by significant disparities in terms of access. So some regions have made progress in terms of mobile connectivity and internet access, but we still have many rural areas which still lack reliable infrastructure. So in a nutshell, the African continent faces a lot of challenges in terms of high costs of data, high costs of mobile services usability, smartphone devices usability, coverage, inadequate internet speeds, and everything. But despite all this, today in this session, we believe that we're going to redefine on how the role of the multi-stakeholderism can play a role to ensure that access is brought to the rural areas so that it can be more affordable. And also we'll try to engage to ensure that how can we bring reliable infrastructure in terms of connectivity. We're also going to touch on the areas of digital skills and the gaps that exist in the multi-stakeholderism that are hindering the progress to achieve meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. And I think, some really important points that we'll delve into later that Ernest makes about the rural versus the urban picture, the factors that might drive costs specifically. So thank you for setting that out so clearly. Peter King, over to you. Anything to add to that overview of the connectivity landscape in Africa?
Yes, so to kick off, I hope I'm very clear. My issue borders on three particular points that speaks to the current landscape in West Africa, looking at the internet penetration, and that is very, very low in comparing to the global average. You look at countries like Ghana and Nigeria, they have a rate between 47% and 34%, which is very, very low. These are some of the reasons why you have issues with connectivity in the landscape in West Africa as well. We're looking at the issue of barrier to meaningful connectivity, like affordability. The affordability remains a very significant barrier in West Africa country like Senegal. You have regulatory issues that are key factors to connectivity. This issue hinders on the growth of connectivity, as it's like the issue of complex licensing process, as well as high fee for them to expand in other areas for connectivity. You look at the issue of sustainability and scalability of the service they provide. The issue of stable electricity in Africa is a hindrance to also, in some African country, in West Africa as well, is a hindrance to meaningful connectivity. That is leading to inconsistent power supply that affects the ability to connect solution. you look at the cost of internet, or the cost of data as a whole, is also very, very high. A country like Equatorial Guinea has a minimum of a gigabyte of almost about $49 from research statistics. So these are all issues. And in the process of another country like Sao Tome and Malawi, these are all issues that hinders connectivity as far as these issues are concerned in Africa as a whole. So I will stop here and allow my colleagues on the panel to proceed from there.
Thank you so much, Peter King. And again, I think some really important points you raise about the current connectivity landscape. You mentioned that lack of connectivity be a social mobility barrier, a barrier to social mobility. So I think that's really important to keep in mind in the context as well. Thank you for setting the scene out so well. So without further ado, now that we've got the context of the current connectivity landscape in Africa, I'll start by asking our panelists some questions, specifically starting out with, what is the difference between basic and meaningful connectivity? And how do we move towards fostering meaningful connectivity? So Mary, if I could start with you on this one to get us going so that we can explore connectivity and what basic versus meaningful really means. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. In the 80s and 90s, sorry, I'll tell that story. Here in Nigeria, if you wanted to talk to your brother in other countries of the world, you go to our national telecom company called Nitel. You queue, and then it will be your turn to call, and they will connect you. You will call, right? But today, you have, all of us are carrying this. So basically, we can talk. Basically, you can have internet, but how effective, how can you use the internet for a long time without it disappointing your process, your work? It becomes meaningful when it connects and connects for a long time, that you are able to finish what you are doing. It becomes meaningful when it is affordable. It becomes meaningful when it's available at all times. That's what I mean by connecting. You are on there. It becomes meaningful when it is accessible. There are some internet for the offices and internet for the home. Some can only connect when they get to their offices. Some also, the urban areas can connect, the rural areas cannot connect. So it is also meaningful when you can study, do your research, and make money from internet connectivity. So it becomes meaningful. But it's basic when there's a dial tone, right? You can call, you can make a basic call. You can even do some internet activities, but it's not meaningful enough when it cannot be sustained. So it must be meaningful when I can benefit from having the access there. Then we think of the multi-stakeholder. You asked me two questions, right? One, the meaningful and the basic. And then the other one is
yeah, multi-stakeholders, which we'll come to shortly. Yeah,
we'll come to that. But the truth is that we are saying that all of us should advocate for meaningful connectivity, because there are some of us that cannot live without the internet, because they work these days. We work online, we work remotely. So those are things that I can say for now. I'll come back.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I think really good point about how important multi-stakeholder is to moving from basic to meaningful connectivity. And that's a point we'll be unpacking as a panel in a little bit. But over to Ananya to set out a reply to this question too about what is the difference between basic and meaningful connectivity?
Thanks, Rose. Before answering that question, I'd just like to set out the approach that the UK government takes to digital development very, very briefly. So the UK government supports the inclusive, responsible and sustainable digital transformation of partner countries in a way that they are able to adopt digital technologies to support the reduction of poverty and inequality and the promotion of mutual prosperity. And we're currently consulting key stakeholders to define our new digital development strategy for the period of 2024 to 2030. But we're already building on significant evidence and learnings from our digital development policy and programming work. Now, to answer the question, for us on the Digital Access Program, basic connectivity is just a technical term. It doesn't really mean anything without the right infrastructure, licensing frameworks, the cybersecurity and operational frameworks, the capability to maintain and run such infrastructure, the digital literacy and skills and community awareness and support to access and use the internet, and the right conditions for making digital access sustainable, both financially and environmentally. And we try to achieve some of this through our approach to inclusive connectivity on the program by simultaneously working with the governments of our partner countries to assess the needs and demands and make recommendations to achieve policy and regulatory reform. We follow that up on the supply side by testing last mile technologies and business models and conduct market analysis and engagement. And we are also extremely proactive in following this up on the user side as well through our implementation of digital literacy and skills initiatives and setting national accessibility standards and promoting cybersecurity skills. So in a nutshell, that's what the difference is for me and for us on the Digital Access Program between basic and meaningful connectivity.
Thanks so much, Ananya. And I think a really good bigger picture point here too about in order to really harness connectivity, the need for capacity building in terms of building up digital skills, as Ananya says, including on cybersecurity. So some really valuable insights there. And thank you for setting out the program work you're doing so eloquently, Ananya. So now we'll be looking at a bit more at what Mary alluded to, which is why is the multi-stakeholder model so important for fostering this meaningful connectivity that we're speaking about today? Why do multi-stakeholder digital connectivity partnerships work well? And could governments really deliver meaningful connectivity without partnering with the private sector and civil society? So I'll go back to Mary in the first instance on this topic.
All right. Thank you very much. The truth is that the internet is the elephant in the room, or elephant. When you touch the head, you think is you are touching the whole of the elephant. You touch the leg or the side, and so we are saying, I have this device. Is this a television? Is it a radio? Is it a computer? Is it a telephone? So is a telephone? Let's respond. Is this a telephone? Is it a computer? Is it a computer? Okay. Is it a radio? Is everything? Okay. Who operates this everything? Some people are in the radio, others are in the computing, the technical community, those that design this device, and those that they are government that come up with regulations and the policies that will govern the use of this device, the telecom operations, and even today we now have data commission that people are looking at data. So government, we look at those of us that are the civil society, advocating, I want connection. I want to be connected. I want connection. And I want it now, and I want it done. I want my privacy. Nobody should encroach into my privacy. So those are the civil society or human rights activists like him. So, and we have the people that make money out of this, the operators. Yeah. So those are there. There are some that do research. Some of us are from the academic world. They do research. So when we look at all those that take part in making sure that we do hello, or we connect to the internet. So the internet has its ecosystem and stakeholder, which we say they are multi. It's not one person. It's not one group. It's not just a sector. So for us to have a meaningful connection or connectivity, so all those partners, collaborators, actors must play their part. Government must come with good regulation, progressive one, not the one that would stifle innovation. Business owners should be able to make money and provide us with the services. And as we ask for privacy of our data, we should have it. So that is why we come together to look at what do we need as a stakeholder in the internet connectivity. That's one bit of it. The other bit of it is that the actors, they have different responsibilities, okay? While the government will do law and regulation, the provider should be fair enough to make sure that the cost is affordable for everyone. Okay, the academia should continue research to bring services or software or whatever they want to research on that will bring down the cost, that will make it available as well, that will make it accessible to all of us. So the multi-stakeholder combination or approach is very, very key for us to have a meaningful connectivity. And I will not stop before talking about the adjacent technology, because if we don't have power, our devices will not work. Okay, so we need to, they also have to come into the equation to make sure that we have meaningful connectivity. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. Really valuable insights there. And thanks for so clearly laying out actually what exactly these different stakeholders all coming together can do or achieve with their own expertise. Ananya, I was just going to bring you into this question too. In your mind, why is the multi-stakeholder model so important for fostering digital connectivity?
Thanks, Rose. And I think a lot of what I think also touches on what Mary already said, especially about accessibility and affordability. So I think multi-stakeholder models could take a variety of forms, and they go to decision-making processes, not only because they're consultative, but also because they promote self-governance and community-led approaches, which are really important for connectivity at the local level. And they're organically much more steeped in the local political economy context and more responsive to the development challenges at hand from the user's perspective. Like all development issues, digital connectivity also presents distinct questions for each stakeholder along the supply chain. So, for example, while the government might be concerned with issues of availability of infrastructure or policy reforms like right-of-way legislation, for example, a connectivity provider would be thinking more about licensing and operational requirements, sustainable financing, business models, maintenance of infrastructure, building the capability to provide connectivity at affordable costs. And the end user would, of course, be concerned about accessibility, affordability, and the need, and would need the adequate digital literacy and cyber hygiene awareness, as well as locally relevant content and services, and the capacity to use the internet securely. And on the program, we actually have this kind of a blended delivery model, a multi-stakeholder model, an agile approach to working with multiple partners across government, private, and public sector, both at the country and international levels. And the technical assistance we provide to governments of our partner countries starts by working with them to determine the demand for development solutions to digital access issues and co-designing localized technical solutions, business models, and policy and regulatory frameworks with the government, private sector, and nonprofits and implementing partners. And based on this approach, we respond to those demands through technical assistance. We share expertise and knowledge through peer-to-peer learning exchanges between relevant UK and partner country institutions. And we also build the capacity of government professionals and public and private sector stakeholders to improve the sustainability of these models. To offer a very brief example, we work extensively with global partners like the Association for Progressive Communications, by connecting them with governments, and we support their partnerships with local organizations and communities to build the capacity of these communities to fund and manage their own community networks and meet licensing requirements and sustain their operating models. So yeah, so that's overall our approach to how we promote multi-stakeholderism across our projects.
Thank you so much, Ananya. And that actually transitions well into, I was going to go to Ernest and Peter King next to talk about what specific roles different stakeholders can play in terms of helping to develop meaningful connectivity. Peter King, perhaps we can go to you first, and then Ernest, if you'd like to come in on that. Thanks. Peter King.
Yeah, just so that.
Oh, perfect. We can hear you now.
Okay, just to digress a little bit, I'm looking at the issue of the basic and meaningful access before I proceed. We should consider a more human, people-centered approach to achieving meaningful connectivity. That is key to consider in this particular discussion, as well as understanding that meaningful connectivity encompasses a lot of issues that, as my colleagues have already brought us in terms of the key issue in Africa, boils down to being meaningful and also having issues of security online as well. So to go to the question posed in terms of role of stakeholder, we look at the issue of PPP, which is the public-private partnership that is key in terms of global giants partnering with local governments. That is a key factor in the multi-stakeholder approach to ensure that meaningful connectivity can be achieved in West Africa and Africa as a whole. We also look at the issue of sub-regional contribution in terms of meaningful policy framework that regulates the digital economy that will lead to a meaningful connectivity in our sub-region. Is also key to that. The likes of ECOWAS, the likes of AU as a whole, these are all partners or stakeholders in the multi-stakeholder approach to ensure meaningful connectivity. If we also look at the role of academia, which Madam Mama Mary also expanded on, it is key that key academia research need to go on to ensure that it can help to inform or advise policymakers as well as government to know what issues can be tackled to ensure meaningful connectivity in various countries as well. So just to buttress these few points and ensure that other panel can also contribute towards the discussion.
Thank you so much, Peter King. And I think academia is something that's come up quite a few times now in your response, Peter King, and yours, Mary. And I think that goes to show as well, academics can have the time to take a longer term perspective or carry out a study over time and therefore identify trends. So I think it's really interesting that both of you have brought up academics in particular as a cohort that can really help identify trends that can move us from basic to meaningful connectivity. connectivity in Africa. But Ernest, I wanted to go to you next. And you wear a lot of different hats. You served as a consultant, chair of the Meaningful Access Group, so many different roles. So be keen to hear from you on your perspective on, through these different roles, what part you play in helping to bring attention to meaningful connectivity and the roles more broadly as well.
Thank you, Rose. So allow me to say that when it comes to meaningful connectivity, in terms of the multi-stakeholder approach, each multi-stakeholder is interlinked to the other. One cannot function without the other. Peter King, Mama Mary, we have talked about academics. We need the academician to design models that are quite essentially enabled for that region in a localized content. Then we need the civil society. They play a crucial role, ladies and gentlemen, in advocating for digital rights and inclusivity. Without the civil society, we cannot reach the masses at the grassroots level. I've seen this in many instances with many meetings that I've attended, is that most often we tend to focus more in policy deliberations without involving the grassroots on the ground, like the models that support the local people or the local recipients, they are not included most of the time. So we tend to find that even our government as a stakeholder, as a multi-stakeholder, they will tend to make or create a policy environment that did not include the gap that we are currently facing in terms of the skills gap, digital skills, digital literacy from our rural-based areas. Now, the other important multi-stakeholder is the private sector. So the private sector, these are businessmen, but they help in bringing infrastructure, innovation, development. But however, I've seen also they lag in the sense that for them it's a business case. Okay. For example, I'll give you an example here, maybe in Nigeria, Mary Oduma, you already have 5G and everything. So for them, they won't care about the price buckets about Nigeria or Abuja. They'll just say, okay, this is 5G, it's gonna be $2 the MB data, but they will not care about the other gap that we are missing in terms of the rural areas and everything. So having said so, the civil societies, the government, private sector, all these are interlinked. So government, I can call it a plumber, because at the end of the day, whatever the civil society advocate for, whatever the private sector comes up with, whatever the academia comes up with, the government, they're the plumber, they'll create a policy environment, then everything moves on like this. So we need each and every stakeholder for us to move in a meaningful way, to come up with a meaningful action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. And I think that word you used, interlinked, is so important to all of this and really goes across what all the panelists have been saying today. And what that brought to my mind was sort of an ecosystem of sorts, how it's perhaps progress on meaningful connectivity won't be taken forward if a link in that chain is missing, that all of these perspectives, roles, inputs are crucial to delivering on that goal of moving from basic to meaningful connectivity. So with that, I think we've set out a really good context of why multi-stakeholderism is important to delivering meaningful connectivity, what meaningful connectivity actually means in practice. But what about how multi-stakeholder digital connectivity partnerships can further improve? And I'd like to start with Ananya on this one.
Sure, thanks, Rose. I think that question can be better examined on a case-by-case basis, but some of the ways in which we're trying to do this is by improving collaboration among program implementation partners and stakeholders we work with, so that we can reduce the overlap and duplication of efforts in the technical assistance we provide on digital access and digital connectivity. And we consistently try to influence expected outcomes to improve their value for governments and digital economies of our partner countries by implementing an evidence-based approach. And we try to do this by bringing partners together in working groups to combine each partner or stakeholder's individual expertise to meet the demands of a development challenge. But we do, I'll emphasize that we do need the right circumstances and timing for such partnerships to work. Multi-stakeholder partnerships are often, they often benefit from very careful calibration in the light of changing political economic circumstances. To offer an example of this, we've worked quite successfully with the ICT Authority of Kenya and the Communications Authority of Kenya on last mile connectivity and digital accessibility and skills through multi-stakeholder working groups. But this was also supported by the launch of the government's transformational digital agenda and their positive appetite for change, capacity building, and support in achieving their outcomes. Without that, it wouldn't have been, possible to achieve the amount, the basic change that we've been able to achieve till now. But it's really important for, for the right conditions, the right circumstances, and the right timing to be present for multi-stakeholder partnerships to work properly.
Absolutely. I think you bring in a really good point, Ananya, about almost a ripeness for the timing for things to come together, and actually how important it is to use an evidence-based approach and plan. Sometimes launching straight into something, then you think of things later and, oh, if we had made that better, maybe we would have delivered more successfully here. So I think really taking that evidence-based approach, as you say, is really crucial. Mary, I wanted to come back to you on this point too, about how we can further harness and improve these multi-stakeholder partnerships.
Okay, thank you very much. It was when Nigeria liberalized its telecom sector that we had what Peter King referred to public-private partnership. That partnership is key to developing meaningful connectivity. The government to make sure that there's a co-regulation, is not top bottom, but bottom up, knowing what the grassroots or those that need the connectivity needs, then bringing them up and partnering with those that have the big bag, that they have the deep pockets to bring in infrastructure, and partnering with those that will advocate, look, whatever you are doing will make sure that my privacy is protected. That is the civil society that will also advocate. The press in particular, when we talk about civil society, we must engage the government. We must engage the private sector to be able to deliver meaningful connectivity to us. Why should we not have the best of connection in our society? Whether you are in the urban area or you are in the rural area, why is it that we're not getting this? Why is it that we're not putting in research into how we'll get, devices that are cheap and they are more effective, coming up with programs that will help us get better connection than just having the basic one? So I'm saying that public-private partnership is key, and I'm saying that co-regulation. What I mean by co-regulation, the telecom regulator should not go solo or be, just take up regulation that will not affect the financial sector. So that partnership co-regulation is very, very important. Today we are talking about fintech, right? Fintech is all over the place. So when the government is rolling out regulation, or the regulators of these sectors, there must be cooperation to know that the regulation you are putting up will not stifle the progress of the other sector. It's like the Environment Regulatory Authority saying, please don't mount what's it called, towers around this area and that. And then we can't get meaningful connectivity if we don't have those towers, if we don't have those. So that co-regulation is very, very key, important. so that there would be a melting point where we could also look at what happens in my sector as against what happened in the other sector. So it's not just that it's my sector, I put the regulation there and that is it. So it is important. I don't know where that melting point will be. Maybe in your study, you people should look at where that melting point will be. I talked about digital cooperation. So if we can establish digital cooperation at the state level or the national level, so that all sectors, all the actors, and those that will bring in valuable development to meaningful connectivity should be part of it. I also want to look at the community network. So how can we develop community networks without every other person being part of it? So we need that. We need civil society to talk to those that are bad actors, both on the internet as well as infrastructure development. There are people that will create impediments for the operators. And while operators, and see, when government raises tax, what happens? Who pays the tax? So those are things that that cooperation, that partnership is important. Then the legislators, because they are the ones that will pass the legislation. And if they don't take into consideration all this, the common man, how the grassroots will get connected, will not have, it will not be available. There's broadband commission in Nigeria, and if you want to get a better connection, the broadband infrastructure must be in place. So, and what next I want to say, those in financial sector to be able to be large-minded enough to be able to give finances to the operators to roll out infrastructures for us to have meaningful connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I'm going to bring Ernest in on this question as well about how multi-stakeholder digital connectivity partnerships can further improve. Then we'll just close with a quick question to Peter King to wrap it up, because I want to leave enough time for audience questions and comments as well. So Ernest.
Thank you, Rosaline. I liked what Mama Mary Oduma said, and also Anyanya. I think it's they summed up everything. So just to add on, I think sharing best practices with what has happened in the regions and aligning efforts together and also address just infrastructure gaps, that is affordability and accessibility. But the most important thing, again, we must also set realistic indicators on the pace that we're moving at and how we're going to move forward. Because most of the time it all ends in the it ends in the gallery. But yeah. So I think it's very important to collaborate in that area to ensure that each stakeholder have an indicator that they want to improve at a certain stage. For example, I'll come back again to the civil society. I've noticed a challenge that there are some people who've got these informal skills of learning in terms of access, in terms of digital access, but they don't have the very important skills in terms of security skills to trace their digital footprints on the internet. They don't know about the right to privacy and everything. So yeah, so all those have to be worked on as a multi-stakeholder approach. Yeah, so sharing best practices and then aligning efforts will improve.
Thank you so much, Ernest. And I think that's a really good note to close out that question on, is actually the importance of sharing best practice between stakeholders as well, to make sure, any mistakes that have been made could be learned from, but also where something worked really well, how that success could be replicated or tailored to a different context. So a final question before we hand it over. I'm really keen to get audience comments and questions at this stage, but just a final quick question to Peter King to close us out is, how is policy harmonization on meaningful connectivity taking place across regional bodies? Because this is something we haven't really touched across yet, and I know you're passionate about. So if you want to close us out by speaking to that question, Peter King.
Yes, yes. So thank you so much. Just before I proceed, I would like to just digress a little bit, and I think it's key to note that in Nigeria at the moment, there have been a very significant improvement in for meaningful connectivity. Just drop it in the section that, but before there was a very high cost of 1,200 naira for 1 gigabyte, but now in 4 years' time, it has increased. It has decreased to 350 naira. You can bear me witness as you are there. I think it's a commendable approach to ensuring meaningful connectivity in Nigeria. I gave this on the backdrop that we need to note this progress and meaningful achievement of various countries in Africa that are making significant improvement in ensuring meaningful connectivity. Affordability is a key issue. Is a key factor in moving forward to meaningful connectivity. So that is commendable. And looking also as the question of policy issues in terms of sub-region, yes, we want to look at it's key for regional blocks to ensure that there is policy that push local government to abide and ensure that meaningful connectivity is key in their various countries. If you look at ECOWAS, the interoperability issue of roaming in even West Africa, it's a key factor, and if it's not imposed, that's why the policy, it will be meaningless because it wouldn't achieve its potential. If you look at in the area of the COMESA, these are issues. So these regional blocks must ensure that policies that are being made, money spent on research, paying consultants, are useful to each country that are member of the region. That is very, very important key to put out in this particular discussion. So my issue on their role and what policies is being prepared or made, it should be people centered to meaningful connectivity. Just to bring to the fore. So it's key that we call on ECOWAS, we call on Africa Union, we call on IGA, we call on COMESA, we call on SADC, that these policy issues that ensure meaningful connectivity should not be left in the literature books, but should be able to be implemented or push member country to ensure that this idea of meaningful connectivity can be achieved. And then key thing that you raise also is digital connectivity. It's a key factor to ensure economic growth as well as reduce poverty or fight poverty in our country. So how much we can connect to use a better device to connect is also key to ensure that, yes, is concerned to innovation and as well as help the various individuals to be able to ensure that things are better in our various areas across Africa.
Thank you, Peter King. And I think a really important point you put in that too is noting that actually digital connectivity can be a means to an end for other political and community goals, including facilitating economic development, for example. So really good note to end on, I think. Thank you so much. So just to recap, I think we've heard a lot of different perspectives from our excellent panelists today. So thank you so much to them. We'll do a big round of applause at the end. Or now, I see people already eager to come in. So thank you so much. And I think a couple of things that really struck me, the point of being interlinked, of civil society, private sector, and governments working together to deliver meaningful connectivity was something that jumped out in particular. The point about taking an evidence-based approach and all that that entails, and of course the important role in drawing on academic research and academia in that. And then also how meaningful connectivity can facilitate so much more than just a social phone call, as important as that is. It's a way to facilitate economic growth and deliver on other priorities as well. So those are some themes that really struck me. And I think just to put out, before we open up to Q&A and conversation, a couple of opportunities so that we don't leave the conversation here, but actually how we can get involved and keep the conversation going. And one of those is the multi-stakeholder policy network on meaningful access. They've got a call, and I'm just checking my notes on the exact time, at 1 o'clock, so 13:00 UTC on Tuesday, 26 September. So if you've had a great week at the Africa IGF this week, you get home, you're ready to do more, delve into the conversation on meaningful connectivity, please do attend that policy networks meeting. It's multi-stakeholder, which means that you can directly feed into the inputs and help shape the recommendations that it delivers. So 1 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday, the 26th of September. If you're interested on getting the exact email contact to connect up with that, let me know after. I'll give that to you. But if you type policy network on meaningful access IGF into Google, it should come up. You should be able to register. And I think looking more broadly, there are opportunities for all stakeholders, not just governments, to participate in UN processes that are discussing digital connectivity. And that includes the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus 20 review process. Now, the WSIS Plus 20 review process will kick off in earnest with discussions at the Global UN IGF in a few weeks' time. And we'd invite you to watch, whether in person or online, if you're attending online, the high-level leaders panel on WSIS Plus 20 and hear what high-level leaders, including, I'm pleased to say, the UK minister will be speaking on that, to hear what they have to say about meaningful connectivity as well. And also the UK government will be holding an open forum on a bottom-up approach to IG processes at the UN IGF. And that will take place at 6 p.m. local time on Wednesday, the 11th of October in Kyoto. So please do, whether in person or online, come to that session as well if you're interested in learning a bit more about how you can participate in the WSIS Plus 20 review process, which of course will touch on digital connectivity that is included in the action lines. And so without further ado, now that I've signposted you to some hopefully interesting opportunities to get involved and remain engaged, and of course, plug some of the relevant events we're hosting at the UN IGF, I'd like to hand it over to you all for any questions and comments.
You have one online.
One online, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, many thanks to the panelists who have provided valuable insight and engaged in these fruitful discussions. It is evident that the concept of affordability varies depending on the region. My query pertains to the presence of a definition of affordable internet access in terms of its cost. Is it uniform? The cost applied universally regardless of location, contingency of geographical location without any economic circumstance?
Thank you so much. Would anyone like to address that question?
If you want to define it in the context of the region, we're looking at how much you earn as against how much you spend when it comes to affordability. How much you earn and how much you spend on your on connectivity. So it should be taken at that context. It can't be universal. It can never be. Right? What I consider as meaningful to me or as affordable to me, depending on what I earn. So in each region, we can define that. And the basis for defining that must be the purchasing power of the environment or the area, or women when it comes to gender, all right? Okay, or the aged like me when it comes to demography. Okay, so those are things that I will respond to that question about whether it should be uniform when we come to affordability. No, it should be put in context. There are metrics that you have to key in to be able to get the affordability index, I suppose. Okay, so they'll continue the.
Thank you so much, Mary.
Yes, I just want to chip in because I think what we're all talking about, we also need solutions for the meaningful connectivity. My name is Kwekwe Ntwi. I'm from the African Open Data Internet Research Foundation. And one thing that we've seen and we also been working on, I think the gentleman that talked about academia. Academia is not just about research and producing numbers. It's also about producing solutions, research and innovation. And at the IGF, I have what we call the Internet Backpack. And we launched it at the Global IGF last year in Ethiopia. It's a collaboration between the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation and the Syracuse University Renee Crowns program, which is sponsoring us to be here today. And I like, hey, just, you see me anywhere, just talk to me. This is a whole connectivity solution in a backpack. And I think we're talking about meaningful connectivity, and we are talking about, I think Mama Mary talked about infrastructure cost, deployability, and skills. Everything is in a backpack. You unload a backpack and you connect, you put your SIM card in there, and it's also training. And we have use cases, especially in Africa. We've started in Ghana and from across the world in Costa Rica. Children in school are able to connect. Yes, please. This is in Ghana. We are having it now in Winneba. So as much as in Africa, we are talking about all these things, talk to me. I have the Internet Backpack here, and it's everything you can think about. So solution, and like Mama Mary, this is grassroots too, because it's for rural connectivity. It has satellite connectivity, it has SIM card connectivity, and it has Wi-Fi connectivity. And it's easy to use. So please, meaningful connectivity has to be practical. Meaningful connectivity has to be something which anybody at all seeing, doing is easy for to run. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And such a great point about usability, practicality. That's a really good point. Do we have any other questions, comments online? Or we've got one in the room. Maybe we can go to online next. Go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Okoro Onyekachi Emmanuel. I'm the Executive Coordinator of the Media Awareness and Justice Initiative. Thank you, ma'am. Solutions. As an organization, we have been looking at that strongly because we are based in the Niger Delta. And if you are conversant with the issues of Niger Delta, pollution, integration, participation, inclusion is a challenge. And the cross connection across all these factors is digital access or internet access. And as an organization, we also know, and just has been mentioned in the room, that price, affordability, access to it is also important. And so we are also suggesting, just like the speaker before said, solutions. We're actually deploying what we call community networks. Now, we have 3 community networks running in River State, providing access to over 10 communities. Now, you see the communities as rural. But when you deploy this internet access, you see that the traffic becomes high. We deployed that access, that network in May. And as I tell you, we have not paid a dime for it anymore. The community has been running it itself and paying 100 naira per day, which is something that is something they can, and it gives them unlimited internet access 24 hours a day. And by so doing, people are doing POS, business center, schools, and that can expand digital access to schools for basic education and the like. My point is we should find a way to bring, even if infrastructure is high, because we can't lie to ourselves, deploying internet infrastructure is expensive. But if we can deploy one infrastructure device in one place and create a structure that creates a mesh, now that mesh expands the network over locations. And then those locations, the key is the more people know about it, the more they use it. And the more people use it, the more the price goes down. So we should start looking at expanding people's, because people feel that the internet is something that are, especially poor people, it feels for rich people. But it's their right. In fact, internet is a right. It's a fundamental human right now. And they should be able to know and have access to it. So we've been doing this. And for me, as a point of solution, I think stakeholders in the room online should also try to explore the potential of deploying one infrastructure, expand via mesh networks, drop down the cost, and you can have, to get to a point, we are looking at the point where we will not be able to, people can pay as low as 10 naira for 24 hours internet. And then by so doing, sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana. I'll be very quick with this. I think my orientation has always been drawn to solutions. And we heard from Mr. Kwekwenji talking about the internet backpack. We heard from a young man here. And I do believe all of us in the room are incredibly talented, one way or the other. We are doing amazing things. And this conversation should not be ending here. We should be not driving it in an echo chamber. We should challenge ourselves in a way that we can bring solutions to the problem. Because often we are always heavy on the diagnosis without offering any remedy. We just dance around the remedy. So my key takeaway from all this conversation is that let's not work in silos. Let's build that synergy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I saw that Peter King online had his hand up and wanted to respond to a comment. So Peter King, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so just to bring this in this one, because of the point Mama Mary raised about factors that can be used to contextualize affordability. We should look considerably to factors also beyond gender, as she said, your purchasing power in your zone of operation. If we look at a country like Algeria with one of the cheapest price of internet, it's just normal that in the northern sector of Africa, this is what is happening there. But in our side of South, which is the sub-Saharan Africa, we realize that due to high regulatory cost and fee for expanding network, we as end users from the normal community, we realize that affordability is leads to a lot of inelastic demand that people want to even get data against getting food to eat. So it means that we striving to make sure that we can move towards affordable power to get data. That's just what I wanted to bring to the discussion, that it is becoming an issue of inelastic demand, that affordable becoming that kind of a way.
Thank you so much, Peter King. We're running out of time, but I would love to continue this conversation in the hallway afterwards. So please do come join us after over a coffee to chat more. To close off, my co-organizer, Ernest, is going to give a few final words. But first, can I just ask for a huge round of applause for all panelists? They've done absolutely fantastic today and brought some really good insights. And thank you for being an excellent audience as well, and really participatory. So I'll hand it over to Ernest for final words.
Thank you everyone for attending. It's been so insightful. And I just want to add on to what my brother said. I didn't get your name. Yeah, solutions. Well, for me, actually, I think I believe there is a benefit in adopting an innovation when it's in early stages. But most of the time, there's normally a hype when a new technology is released on the market. I'm sure you know what I mean. Sometimes the hype may be justified or you don't know. But I think what I can tell you is that we need a stronger policy in terms of to support young innovators, because most of the times young innovators come up with better programs, but they go not being developed. I don't know, it's a trust issue. But if we bring someone from outside here who's not Nigerian, it will be implemented. So I'm sure we'll be talking outside. I can provide guidance. So thank you everyone for following through. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone. And if you want more information on the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, come along, join me outside. I've got plenty of information to share. Thanks so much. And enjoy the rest of the Africa IGF. Woo!
Bye-bye.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah. Great. I'm just gonna. I hit the power button to turn it off.
So during the cocktail, I think about September. So yeah, we're trying to do the show. 1 p.m. People are so excited about this. And they want the next meeting. So that one's the 26th of September. And then I'll talk to you about our events at the UN. So everyone got that information? Okay, so that's Policy Network on Meaningful Access. That's next week. Great. And for the UN Internet Governance Forum, which is high level leaders channel. Local time. So that's Kyoto's local time zone. So I'm not sure what time of the culture, but probably 9 days ago. And that's Sunday, October 8th. So obviously they'll be talking about this plus 20 review process as a whole, but obviously digital connectivity is a big part of that in general. So together to ensure this plus 20 review process is fully inclusive, civil society, private sector. Local time on Wednesday, 11th October. And the title of that session, there are so many more.
I check. For people online. Thank you so much. Am I audible right now? Thank you. Thank you to our lovely physical members who are here. I am touched by your commitment to stay with us after finishing the previous session. I promise you, you are about to engage in a very fun and wonderful session. Trust me. My name is Rachel Magege, also to our online participants. I come from Tanzania. I am a lawyer by profession, and today I am going to be moderating this session that we have right now, which is going to be looking at gender data and data protection frameworks. And with me, I have my lovely speakers, Mercy Kingori, and we have Angela Minayo. I will let them introduce themselves. They are both from Kenya and they work at KICTANET, which is the Kenya ICT network. So please allow us a few minutes to get to know Mercy and Angela before we dive into the conversation that we're going to have today. Please also know that we have 1 hour for this entire session. We will be having a few minutes towards the end for any burning questions you may have, but we also do allow you to chip in from time to time during this panel so that it's not us speaking throughout. Okay, my lovely physical ladies and the online participants. Thank you. Mercy, welcome.
Thank you so much, Rachel. As Rachel has mentioned, my name is Mercy Kingori. I work with an organization called the Future of Privacy Forum as a privacy analyst for Africa. So today, thank you so much for actually coming. Today we'll be discussing around gender and data protection. So I'll allow Angela to.
Thank you so much, Rachel. My name is Angela Minayo. I work at Kenya ICT Action Network. We go by the acronym KICTANET. KICTANET is an ICT policy think tank that is based in Nairobi. And the session comes as a result of a project we had last year on gender and data protection. And one of the materials that we produced was a policy brief on data protection from a gender perspective. And we have used that product to come up with more work around data governance in Africa. And I think Rachel will ask us more questions to expound on why this topic and why now.
Thank you so much, both to you, Angela and Mercy. I believe our online participants are following up closely. Please feel free to type in your questions as well. We will take them throughout this session. Now, let's get right into it. Our session today is about Afrofeminism. Okay, we've heard gender data, Afrofeminism. Think about that for a minute. Think about it in your mind. If you have ever heard the word Afrofeminism, that understanding that you have, all right? And then let's see what our panelists are going to tell us. And then later, come back and think on it and think if that's the same definition that you had or if you received wider knowledge on it, okay? And as I allow Mercy to start us off with what is Afrofeminism, I'd like you to also very, very much think about it in this way. We are Africans, okay? Our conversation here is going to be about the reality of us as Africans, not just as Africans, but also as women. All right, and all of our participants, whether you're a woman or not, we want you to think about the realistic concepts of being an African and being an African woman and how the digital space is affecting us and how we use it, okay? Let's always remember that many times our conversations will make us think about European standards or European languages or European frameworks, but no. Think about Africa, think about that potato, the way it's cooked in Africa. Think about that song you sing when you're, going out shopping or going swimming with your nieces and nephews. Think about a realistic African perspective and let's be realistic in our conversations. Yes? Yes? Wonderful. Thank you. Mercy, start us off. What is Afrofeminism and why should we be concerned about it? Why should we be interested in Afrofeminism?
So thank you so much, Rachel, for that question, because it's very important for us to understand why Afrofeminism before we even delve into its data issues. So Afrofeminism is a branch of mainstream feminism as we understand it, and its tenets which focus on the liberation of women, freedom from discrimination, all forms of oppression. And there it came to a point where it became necessary to define another form of feminism that responded to the needs of African women, and why they need to, come up with an entire whole body of knowledge such as Afrofeminism. So the struggles of African women are not, well, they extend to how, for example, a white woman would experience the challenges. When it comes down to the African woman, the challenges become more deeper, they become more intricate, the factors at play become more deeper, and all these are influenced, by issues such as colonialism, the discrimination that we still experience, and also the social structures that an African woman is subject to. So hence the need for an entire body of knowledge that addresses African women needs in all their diversities.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Thank you for that lovely way to start us off. Angela, I welcome you as well.
Thank you, Rachel. So I don't want to repeat what Mercy has said, but it's, I think, important for Africans to start reimagining what our frameworks will look like when it's feminist, and also when it's intersectional. Intersectional in the fact that we understand women are not a monolith, that women can be women with disabilities, women who are queer, women who are elderly, women who are uneducated, women without access to the internet, women with access to the internet, and all these things. And as Mercy has explained, the struggles are very intricate and different depending on the contexts. So even as we approach this topic, those are the foundational principles that we have in mind, that we're not talking about one African woman with certain factors that are desirables, or certain, like Christian woman, married, those are the things that normally will give you privilege, but also the women who are not privileged in the African context. So I think it has laid down a good background, and we can proceed to now the topic.
Thank you so much, Angela and Mercy. To all of our participants listening in, Mercy and Angela have told us why Afrofeminism is important. So think about your educational background and why we were not taught about the African warriors who fought against colonialism. Maybe does anyone know one or two that you can name? Or if you do know, we probably came to learn about that when we were already adults. Yes, let's think about the African queens that we were never taught about in our education systems, in our textbooks, and things like that, okay? I think it's very important for us to start to realize the truth and why we are discovering it at a much later age. Isn't that so? In our different countries and in our different contexts, okay? So this is why we're saying Afrofeminism. And let us also understand all women are different. We are very supportive of the feminist movement, but let us know that African women have a very unique experience, and we cannot always lump it into one and forget about the unique experiences of African women. Yes? Yes to African women? Yay! Wonderful, wonderful. Now, let's tie Afrofeminism with data governance. All right, think about it in this way, giving you more context. More and more women are moving into the online space. It's very true. More and more women are owning digital devices that can allow them to access the internet. Okay, it was not the same scenario. More and more women are subscribing to applications and to websites. More and more women are taking online courses and not going to physical universities, but taking online courses. More and more women. The statistics show it all the time. It's very different now, okay? So let us think about that. What is the digital space providing for more and more African women? And what risks do we have there? What dangers do we have? And let's think about all African women, all ages, from rural areas, urban areas, all kinds of women in Africa, all right? And Mercy is going to start us off with data governance and data protection. As more and more women are moving into these online spaces, Mercy, what are some things that we should think about? What are some things that we should know? And how best can we make sure that more African women are enjoying their space in the digital world?
Okay, thank you so much, Rachel, for that. So I think just to carry forward from how we began this entire topic, how we introduced it and discussed Afrofeminism and why Afrofeminism. So As we have already established, the foundation of Afrofeminism is that our struggles as African women are quite different from, and hence the need for an entire body of knowledge away from mainstream feminism. So just to pinpoint and name them, what are the kind of struggles that we're talking about? It's very important to remember that at the core of our struggles is our sexuality, is the basis of all the discrimination that we're experiencing, okay? So when we understand that our sexuality is at the center of all what I'd call subordination, you really come to understand then once women enter these online spaces, what we are seeing in the offline spaces translates into the physical spaces, okay? And I think, as I mentioned that, I also invite you maybe at the end of this session to engage with our policy brief and just see what we came up with, what we identified. So when women are on these online spaces, their data is collected, it's processed. And one of the things that we identified is that in addition to that, it exposes them to online violence, okay? So online violence, as I mentioned and I started, is it has also carried the form and structure of how physical violence against women looks like, although now it's on online spaces. So one of the things that we saw from a privacy and data protection perspective, and what is also provided for in legal frameworks that women are mostly experience challenges, at least enjoying, are issues like consent, valid consent, especially because when you read most data protection frameworks, even those in Africa that will admittedly do borrow a lot from the EU GDPR, there are requirements of valid consent. It must be explicit, it must be unambiguous, it must be valid. So to make it valid. But when you're on these online spaces, and when we think of online crimes against women, such as doxing, sharing of women's nude images, all these things come to play, and they are things that we're saying they do not respect women's consent. They don't. Other issues that we're seeing from a data protection perspective is, I just put them a few points down, is rights of data subjects, okay? So most data protection frameworks provide for women's rights, and particularly let's even think about, for example, the right to access your personal information that's held by an entity. One of the things that we're seeing is that to be able to enjoy these rights, first of all, you need to be aware that you are even entitled to these rights. But we notice at the level of awareness, and I think Angela will speak to more research on this, that's current research, is awareness among women is not as high as it should be to allow them to enjoy these rights. And lastly, other provisions within most data protection frameworks that we see are not being handled carefully, hence exposing women to this privacy and data protection infringement, is issues of sensitive personal data. So when you look at most laws and even the Nigerian data protection law, it places limitations on how sensitive personal data needs to be handled. And one of the things that we are seeing in cases of online violence against women, it touches specifically on issues of their sensitive personal data being revealed as a form of, shaming women, making them not talk, all those things. So, and then lastly is how data handling, data complaint handling processes. It's also available in most data protection laws around the continent, but how, and I think we'll speak to it about the issues of how it's been difficult for women to enjoy the rights or data handling, data protection complaints handling processes are not really suitable for women. And it's because, and I think it's also a good point to move into now the challenges of these data protection laws. So one of the things that we are seeing is there are limitations when it comes to enjoying the rights, just data protection entitlements for women. So for example, one of the things that we saw from our research is that most data protection laws have a limitation. So they don't apply, as it is, data protection laws don't apply, how they say it, and in an unlimited nature. Most laws limit the application to household exemption. There's an household exemption under most data protection laws. So what does this data personal or rather household exemption. What does it mean for women trying to enjoy their rights online? So while most laws have not explained what this household exemption means, we can borrow some, we can see a bit of its explanation in the EU GDPR, the one that most laws have borrowed heavily from, and it limits its application to things that are not of a professional nature. So when a law as important as a Data Protection Act is limited to application, cannot apply beyond commercial purposes, it becomes very difficult because most of the time online violence, and again, as I mentioned, Angela will speak to that research, is the perpetrators are some of the perpetrators of online violence against women are people that are known to them. They're intimate partners, their friends, their family members. And so now you meet an obstacle in the law that now limits the enjoyment of the rights within this law, okay? So it becomes really problematic. So then it means then if it's exempted from such a scenario is exempted from application of the law, it means then you can't also enjoy the provisions on how on complaints that are submitting a complaint to an authority. Okay, so those are some of the limitations, and we can speak to more of them later. Maybe I could give it to Angela.
To you, Angela.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just add on the findings we had in our policy brief research, which was done by Mercy Kingori and Dr. Sylvia Kangara. Professor, I don't know. Anyway, so I think one that really interested me was the physicality bias. So when we asked women, what do you understand by privacy? They'll tell us if my house is closed, if I'm modestly dressed, if I'm not showing my private parts. I mean, private, right? That's what they understand. So on the issue of awareness, it's really a mix of patriarchy and just a need for mindset shift. As Mercy has already stated, it's that these data protection frameworks were borrowed from Europe. They were not mostly legislated purely by Africans. You see this by how similar they are. If you take the Kenya Data Protection Act and you compare it to the recently passed Nigeria Data Protection Act, I promise you some clauses are the same. It's literally a wave in the African continent that we are just taking the EU standard and replicating it in our systems, even without asking ourselves, are these European women we're applying this framework to? No, Europe has far more better literacy levels and a different understanding around privacy and data as a commodity that is to be protected, as opposed to Africa, where we are still not at that level of awareness of just even understanding what can my data be used for and who is benefiting, and is it being processed by other third parties beyond the person I have consented to. So the physicality bias really shows that Africa is in a different place as opposed to Europe. And even as our African countries are adopting data protection frameworks, which we think is actually a good thing, we're not criticizing them for passing data protection frameworks or policies, however they look like. What we're saying is, as you implement, as you bring these standards to us, we want you to look at it from a gender lens first, which means that we want a fair protection framework that works for women. The current framework we have is mostly commercial biased, and of course it's commercially biased. The European Union is it's a regional trade bloc. Correct. And of course, when they were coming up with it, they were thinking about it in the context of data being processed in companies. They did not think about what happens to a nude that I share with my boyfriend. They were not thinking about a CCTV camera installed in a house to surveil your wife, your nanny. They were not thinking about those contexts. Yet we are grappling with those contexts in our home countries. And of course, the law as it is cannot offer a solution, because it was not the solution in the first place, and it was not the context it had in mind when it was being drafted. So this Eurocentricity, or what has been referred to as the Brussels effect of having laws that replicate European Union privacy standards, as opposed to having a fresh look to the laws. Another thing, without taking too much time, is there's something known as the equivalency principle. So when the EU framework was being brought into law, the understanding was that data for Europeans, both processed in the European region and outside the European region, must have an equivalent. The other country that is non-EU must have an equivalent privacy protection principle. Now, I think African countries understood the equivalency principle to mean that if we want to have European investors in our countries, then we must have laws that are similar to European privacy laws. That is actually a myth. Even European privacy scholars have agreed that equivalency does not mean a standard that is the same as the European GDPR. What it means is you just need a form of privacy framework. So this means we actually have the freedom to choose what our privacy frameworks are going to look like. I hope that hits home. If you leave this room without anything, it is that equivalency does not mean we need to take the GDPR and copy it in our home countries. Equivalency means we must just have a privacy framework. What that privacy framework looks like is up to Africans.
A round of applause for our panelists. We are halfway there and we are going to conclude very soon and give more time to all of you to ask your questions, as well as our online participants. Again, you may have heard a lot of terminologies from our panelists about acts and regulations. Please bear in mind that we all come from a legal background, the three of us. So bear with us for the legal terminologies. But for example, the GDPR, if anyone is not familiar, that stands for the General Data Protection Regulations that were created by the European Union. If you've heard us say Data Protection Act, these are just the laws that were enacted in different countries to protect people's personal and private information, all right? Just to give more context on that, at the very beginning, we had said and we had agreed that we're going to be realistic in our conversations, okay? We need to be realistic as Africans. And so when we talk about, if I can throw this again to our speakers, even as Angela prepares to share with us your findings from the policy report, when we talk about privacy, someone challenged me and said that the way we think about privacy is very Western based. Let's be realistic as Africans. What is private to us? Bearing in mind that we come from a very community-centered type of lifestyle. We are all a village. We all share everything. I know what Mama Martha is cooking today. I know what, my neighbor is going to feed her child or what time they'll go to the market, okay? But let's also be realistic and think about it like that. Even though many of us may be living in the cities and in the urban areas, but Africa is Africa. Africa flows in our bloods, in our veins, okay? So can we talk about privacy and how realistic it is for us as Africans? We are going into these online spaces. We are joining all these websites and all these social media platforms and all of these different apps and programs. As an African, why do we want to be private and what do we want to keep us private? Because once we understand that, it will help us even in the different laws and in the different systems that we're creating. Otherwise, we're always going to think about it from the European context. Oh, I don't want my maybe picture seen, or I don't want them to know my last name, or I don't want them to know my age. But every time we sign up for something, we put our date of birth, we put our email address, our street address, we put all these things. So let's be very realistic. If we want to be in these online spaces, and the online spaces already have these terms and conditions that we have to agree to, what are we being private about and how can we protect that privacy? Just very quickly, Mercy, and then Angela will answer that and then share with us the policy report.
So you asked me a very good question. I really like that topic because, it feels like that topic feels like, the way, and because we're in Nigeria, which jollof is better. So when you, yeah, okay. When you read a lot of privacy literature around Africa, so there's an ongoing debate of, is privacy really an African concept? And people are coming up with literature, and Makulilo has discussed this, okay? And he says that privacy is not an African concept. And he justifies it on the grounds of just what from just saying the communal nature of Africa and all that relates to it. But on the other hand, I invite all of you to maybe engage with this. So we wrote a blog of privacy from an African, from an African perspective. Is it elusive? Can we even get there? Or should just stop this debate? And we really try and trace the origins of privacy in Africa. And one of the things that we discuss is, and we show is that privacy did exist even in pre-colonial Africa. And one of the justifications that we give for its absence, particularly in literature, is because most of our history was oral history, okay? And so it might have gotten lost in the lack of being written, but there's evidence in our communities that indeed privacy was respected. So from from my community where I come from in Kenya, when you read proverbs, certain proverbs, these sayings, you do come across people who did respect them, who did acknowledge privacy in their communal spaces. Well, about individual privacy, there is a lot to be said indeed. And because the frameworks that we have, and maybe just to speed up to get to the frameworks and why are they even important is, so technological advancements are the reason for why the claim for the kind of privacy we want is there currently, okay? Because all these privacy risks that we were talking about, even the ones that are facing women, they are not limited to maybe Europe. We, as you're saying, we're now downloading applications, sharing our information. We're also entitled to this kind of privacy protections. And so now the debate of whether we need privacy as Africans, I think just needs to stop. We are entitled to privacy. Maybe how the privacy looks like can be up for debate, but we are indeed, we are entitled to privacy and data protection on the continent.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Over to you, Angela.
Yes, I agree with Mercy completely that while it may not look while the privacy in the African context may not look like what the laws are right now, it's imperative that we have to adapt. We are operating in a digital world where data is commodified. We are operating in a world where cybercrime is easily, how can I say this? That data is the engine for cybercrime. Someone needs your PIN, someone needs your photo to take your identity, someone needs your location to, so it's intertwined with online safety and e-commerce. But also at its core, it's a human right. It's a human right, and we can't shy away from it. I think denying the applicability of the right to privacy in Africa makes it even worse than it is already. And we can't protect women when we say privacy is not all right. It's all right because without privacy, we can be shamed online. We can be embarrassed online because someone is sharing information about you that you did not want to the public for one reason or another. Yes.
Thank you so much, Angela and Mercy, for those responses. Angela, did you have anything else to add to the policy report that you worked on?
Yes. So one of the, how can I say this? When you look at data governance, it's beyond the laws and policies, but also looking at what kind of research is being churned out. What kind of data are we trying to find? So this year we did a research on online gender-based violence in Kenya. Again, we have been referring to the policy brief in Kenya and the legal framework in Kenya, but we think these are case studies that you can use and replicate in your own countries. We were actually talking with Rachel that we should maybe have a study on how gender is dealt with in Africa's different data protection frameworks, like a report with maybe different sections for different countries. Maybe this will help us to really understand how are African countries adapting their laws so that it can work for women and sexual minorities. So we did research this year. It was concluded actually this month in September on online gender-based violence in Kenya. You will find that a lot of topics about women are under-researched, under-resourced, and frankly speaking, we talk about it from an anecdotal way. So we say, oh, this happened to me, this happened to my sister and all that, but we don't have tangible data to show that this was research, it was conducted, and this is what we found out. So we did a research on online gender-based violence in Kenya. And the interesting thing about this research is that it was not just done in the urban areas, because because there's this misconception that only women in the urban areas are using the internet, that women in the urban areas are the ones who know how to use the internet. There's myth about knowledge as to accessing the internet and computer skills. So it was interesting also because we didn't just do young women. There's a connotation that online safety is an issue for young women, and these young women are always between the age of 18 to 34. Those of you who are here who do grant making know this unique age that is always referred to by donors. But this research, we were working with an age distribution of between 18 to 57 years old, which I think is impressive because women are not a monolith. We say this all the time. But can we walk the talk? Can we start treating elderly women as people with an interest in how the internet is regulated and internet policy? They might have very unique insights also as to what we need for an internet that we want. So the age distribution was 18 to 57. The gender identity, it was very diverse. The respondents were both female, male, and intersex persons. Very interesting also to include gender minorities. We talk about gender with a very binary lens, that it's a man or a woman. Do we talk about intersex persons? Do we talk about queer persons? Or we stick to the agreed genders? Yes. So yes, our research had 2.5% were people who are identifying as gender minorities. Either they decided not to tell us their gender, or they told us they were intersex persons, which I think was very impressive. Again, to show diversity in the research, 21% were persons with disability and 21.2% were queer people. Again, having diversity in the voices that we had. There's also the myth that the internet is not accessed easily, but our respondents actually say that 91% of our respondents say that they actually check their phones from time to time. So you can imagine how online we are just from this case study alone. So where does the OGBV happen? They say that they were mostly attacked on Facebook. That was 69%. WhatsApp, 55.6%. I think it's important that we start taking WhatsApp seriously. Really, we need to stop thinking that online gender-based violence happens on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram alone. Like, I can't tell you how many women told me that their WhatsApp groups were leaked to their nude pictures were leaked to WhatsApp groups, or they were topics in WhatsApp groups. Some women in politics will tell us that WhatsApp groups were actually formed for the purpose of just harassing and shaming them. Like, all your haters decide to gang up against you and actually
form a WhatsApp group.
Yes, so I think moving forward in our conversations on online gender-based violence, let's start treating WhatsApp the same way we treat Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, just from these research findings alone. Who are the attackers? This was also very interesting. There was female relatives, female friends and acquaintances, male relative, male friend and acquaintances, and then romantic partners. There was the unknown, which was quite high. So this is interesting, I think. Yeah, the unknown is at 65%. You don't know who's attacking you. And that should actually scare us more. The enemy knows better than. Then there was the political competitors, and then a new factor, which I think is very African, co-wife.
Co-wives.
Yes.
Co-wives
Yeah, so these are
people
just
online.
some of the research findings we had. I'll return it to you.
Angela, thank you so much. I know we are all interested in this report. Angela will share it with us, and we will speak to the organizers of this conference to make sure that more people are able to read about this report. I have been informed that I should round up, but I would really like to hear voices from the audience, please, very briefly, and then we will all go to lunch. If anyone would like to ask a question or give a comment, I'll come to you. Yes, welcome. Let's use maximum 6 minutes. 6, 5? Okay, I've been told.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nsikak Emmanuel Ekere, and I must thank all the panelists for giving their thorough insight, and specifically for you for shedding more light on big data as it relates to cyber crimes. So when you look at your devices and you look at your social media accounts, they're all linked to certain companies, be it the personal one when you use to create an account. And so of course you don't have total control over your account in as much as you call it secured, because secured means one, there's an antagonist, the person trying to harvest your data, and two, there's insecurity from the people who are actually safeguarding your personal details in as much as you have policies. So thank you for highlighting that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? We appreciate you. What's your name, sir? Nsika? Emmanuel? Okay, very nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to speak?
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I just want to make a comment or somewhat a question. So if you are uploading any of your pictures in social media, there's a policy you have to click. Yes, you are going to abide with that policy. So now they have the right to use your pictures to some extent. Now, when you reach like some certain stage, or you don't want anyone to use your picture that you uploaded on social media, and you have already accepted that privacy policy they have asked you to read and you agree. So then what next? Now you don't want it to be shared. You have accepted initially, and now you don't want it. So what are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, because already it's showing what we talked about, the lack of awareness about how privacy rights actually work. So I'll just use this as a teachable moment. So there is something I like to call the lifeline of privacy. So it starts from the time they ask you for consent. The moment someone asks you, can I take your photo, or can I take this information? Now, at that point, they're supposed to tell you why they're collecting that data, one. Two, how they're going to safeguard that data. Then you can agree to it. So when you say processing data, it entails so many actions. It entails collection. It could be that they just want to collect. It could be they want to store it for a period of time. It could also mean that they're going to share that data with someone else. And they need to tell you who they're sharing this data with and what they're going to use this data for. Because, for instance, I cannot agree to, at this first point, someone to collect my data, just collection, not to do anything with it beyond that. And then they give it to a third party who has separate rights from what I agreed to from the first point. You understand where I'm going with this? Then in this lifeline of data privacy, you can withdraw your consent. You can even write to the person who has your data and tell them, I want you to give me an inventory of the data you have about me. These things are not known. That actually the biggest problem with implementing data protection frameworks in Africa right now, if you ask me, is the little to no awareness about how these rights operate. So you just hear things like anonymization, de-identification. What are they? Third parties, what are they? Cookies, what are they? All that. So Africa needs to move to a point where we now start deconstructing the whole data protection framework and understanding it. Because as we speak, we know privacy from a very simplistic view. So people don't even know that I can withdraw my consent. You can withdraw your consent. People don't know this, and you'll be surprised. It's not even about the level of education. It's about awareness about privacy frameworks. What are we passing? And what does it mean? And how do I trigger? How do I, if someone does something separate to how I agreed, how do I sue them? How do I raise an action against them? Those things are not well known. So thank you for that question, because it shows the problem we have. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Angela, for responding. We have 3 more hands. Okay, just 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much for those enlightenments. I think I just want to raise the issue of this data protection, especially for our government. They need to wake up. I think I made a mistake with my email, and I wanted to correct that with one of the mobile, with the internet service provider. So when I got to the center, they had to recapture my data again. And I told them, you just captured this data few months ago. So why do you want to capture it? They said that was the instruction given to them by NCC. I said, for changing my email alone. So what is the, what happens to the whole data? What happens to the new data? So who is protecting me? So I think it's high time we need to sensitize ourselves, and our government need to wake up. I think I was in Kenya last week, and there's an issue of this over 300 data that were captured illegally. I think I saw it on the local TV. So, and I saw how the government is being proactive, despite the fact that those people that captured the data and ran to America, the government is still trying to trail them to bring them back to answer the case in Kenya. So I think our African government needs to wake up to protect the citizens, not just to give our data or submit even when we give consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you so much for the conversation. My name is Kingsley. I want to ask my question to Angela. You referred to equivalency, having an equivalent laws, data protection, and the fact that most of these laws are imputed. Some time ago, I was making a research in a particular law that was released in a particular country. I wish not to mention the name. And while we're trying to make this research, we see that every section of these laws were imported from country A, country B, and that was the totality of that law. So if you are saying that having equivalency, that it is people-centric, that talks about the people's history and the future aspiration, how do we handle that without importing or adopting any laws from any country? Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Abiodun Mohammed. My question is simple. I just want to ask, what are we doing about promoting gender inclusion in policy decision making, especially for those it affects? That's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your questions. I'm a passionate person, and I see people who are also equally passionate. I get happy. Thank you for your questions. I'll start with you, equivalence. So you know the process of getting an equivalence decision from the European Union. You're supposed to submit the laws, the policies in your country to them, and then they assess whether the level of protection is providing is equivalent to what the EU standard is, correct? Up to that point, we're together. So what I have a problem with how we understand this equivalency problem is this myth or a mistake that equivalence means everything as it is written in the EU GDPR, it should. You understand what I'm saying? And that is the mistake we are making. What we need to do is to reimagine and think about what privacy means for us. For instance, someone has said here that African rights mostly are communal. You will see that we call our treaty African human rights, human and people's rights. There is no other place that refers to people's rights but Africa. We are very communal. Can we have a semblance of that communality in how we approach data protection? There's this thing I say all the time, that other countries are passing data protection frameworks, but they're not exactly EU standard. Look at China. They have their own understanding about what privacy means for them, and they're sticking to that. Look at the United States of America. They don't even have a Data Protection Act. What they have are different laws that all constitute to their privacy framework. Whether this will ever give them an equivalency decision, I don't know. But I can assure you that countries are trading between Europe and America, and America has stuck to their data protection framework the way it looks like. Whether it's understandable to outsiders or not, they don't care. They have stuck to their privacy framework. So what I'm trying to tell you is privacy is a concept that can look different in different countries, but that does not mean that because it's different, it is not equivalent, or it cannot get an equivalency decision from the European Union. As lawyers in this room, what is our role in all this? How can we help African governments whenever they're coming up with data protection frameworks, or whenever they want to improve or amend their laws? How can we help them? The three of us here work on the gender lens. So what we've been working on is trying to show them the biases and how they can change those biases. That is what we've done for gender. But there are other aspects you can look at. It could be e-commerce. It could be commodification of data and how data is being transferred to third parties. What does what will Africa want that to look like in their privacy frameworks? Do you want a disjointed privacy framework like the American one, where each sensitive data is literally handled differently? So you'll see health data records, they have HIPAA. Something else, they have, you understand what I'm saying? All this. So it's really we are calling on people here to reimagine what privacy frameworks look like for us. The gentleman asked, what are we doing for data protection frameworks to be more gender responsive? As Kenya ICT Action Network, we said we're a think tank. So what we did was offer a policy brief. You can find this policy brief on our website, Kicternet. It was only studying Kenya, but we strongly believe that the findings it had alone could help so many other African countries because of the similarity we have in our data protection frameworks in the continent so far. I've already told you that I think the Kenyan one, the Tanzanian one and the Nigerian one already look very similar. There's also a lot of EU influence in how these laws are passing, and that will explain why that is political, and I'm not going to go into it, but you get the drift. Another thing we've done is to do trainings on data protection from a gender perspective. So we've been training women to understand what these data protection frameworks are, what privacy is, and these trainings, the way we structured them, and Mercy was one of the trainers, was to train them to train others, because the resources might not be there, and we understand that donors' funds will be donor funds and they change from time to time. So we wanted to just create a community of knowledge among African women, of course, in Kenya, but we're hoping that you'll be inspired to do this in your countries, to have them train other women. That was one. The other one is that we've been trying to involve the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner to understand this. So we have been having roundtables. We've had 2 roundtables so far, just talking about data protection from a gender perspective. This has been done in Kenya, but can we do this in our countries as well and see what are the blind spots regarding gender that we are not seeing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists, Mercy and Angela. Thank you all very much. This was very engaging. Did you enjoy it? Be honest. Be honest. Okay, we can continue to network, but I am being told I got 3 notes, guys. So we need to go. Let's go for lunch. It's going to be at Oriental M1. That's where we're having lunch, and you will receive your tickets. Sir, are we getting the tickets at the door? Oh, yes, yes. So you will get your lunch ticket at the door at the restaurant. M1, Oriental. Thank you so much for amazing. I'm in Nigeria. I'm happy to stay here. How about you? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for making time to join our session today. The session is co-organized by the International Telecommunications Union, Association for Progressive Communications, and Center for Information Technology and Development with support from
everyone.
the
Thank
UK
you so much for
government
making time
Digital
to join our
Access
session
Program Nigeria.
The session is co-organized by the International Telecommunications Union, Association for Progressive Communications, and Center for Information Technology.
Great to hear my recording. Yeah. So the title for our session is Empowering Communities Through Capacity Building and an Enabling Policy Regulatory Environment, looking at complementary access networks. I am joined by a very well-able panel representing different organizations. We're also expecting one more panelist who will be joining us, shortly. Some in the room understand what complementary access networks are, but for those who don't, complementary access networks are networks that are built to bridge the digital divide. We complement existing frameworks because we exist, existing networks. We exist in areas where there's limited or no connectivity at all, but maybe due to market issues, operators have not yet been able to go there. And their networks built by the people, for the people, and with the people. So very bottom-up, citizen-driven mechanisms. Because of the nature of complementary access networks, there's need to be supported in terms of capacity building, as well as in terms of policy and regulation. Hence the, hence the need for establishing policies and regulations that are able to support them. So without further ado, I'd like for us to start our session, and I welcome my colleague ID from the UK government Digital Access Program Nigeria, who will briefly introduce himself, introduce the work that they do, as well as the support that FCDO has given to complementary access network in the past years. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Josephine. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Itong Situto. I lead the Digital Access Program for the UK government in Nigeria. I also serve as the global advisor for the program, the advisor for the global program. The Digital Access Program is the UK government's flagship digital intervention program, of course, that supports digital development from Latin America to Southeast Asia and Africa. And of course, in Nigeria, we've worked with partners like the International Telecommunications Union, the Center for Information Technology and Development Agency, and the Association for Progressive Communications to advance digital development in Nigeria. For example, a few years ago, most of you may be aware, of course, the Nigeria National Broadband Plan, where we provided technical assistance to the federal government of Nigeria to develop that. We also work with partners across Nigeria on deepening connectivity expansion through the right-of-way regulatory and policy reforms, which, of course, with partners like Josephine, the PC and CTAT, we've also supported on community networks with a range of private and public sector stakeholders across this country. So it is the right time for us to discuss this, how to deepen connectivity and inclusion across this country through access networks, different models, whether they are community networks, whether they're satellite options, whether they're TV white space, whatever it is. And I'm eagerly looking forward to what we're going to discuss and get out of this today.
Thank you very much, ID. Next, I would like to get into the panel introductions, starting with Victor.
Thank you, Josephine. Good afternoon again, everyone. So my name is Victor Ndona. I work for the Internet Society. More specifically, I support our chapters in the Africa region. But I'm here today to more talk about the Internet Society vision and mission. So as most of you know, the vision of the Internet Society is to make the Internet accessible to everyone. And we can't do that alone. And that's why for more than a decade, the Internet Society has been working on many programs to connect the unconnected. And part of, as Josephine was mentioning, one of the innovative solutions that we have been promoting and empowering people to deploy is community networks. We have been doing that for several years, and I will have an opportunity to share some of the work that we have done in that area. So I'm glad to have in the room our individual members and chapter leaders from Nigeria. So thank you for joining this session.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see that the room is full. It means that the topic that we are discussing is very important. My name is Rispa Arose. I'm based in Nairobi, and I lead the capacity building for emerging and already existing community networks in Kenya. I also represent a community network, so also work with the community in ensuring that the connectivity that they're getting is meaningful to them and that they are also able to reflect and co-create this technology that we are talking about. So I'm happy to be in this panel, and I will be, when I have my chance, I'll talk more about our work in strengthening community network movement in Kenya. Thank you.
My name is YZ. I work at the Center for Information Technology and Development, CTAD. Over the last 3 years, CTAD with support from DAP and partnership with APC and the ITU. We've been trying to seed community networks in Nigeria, and seeding means actually doing two major work. On one hand, trying to work with regulators and policymakers to try to develop appropriate policies that would ensure the germination and sustenance of community networks. On the other hand, building capacity of local communities to know how to design, deploy, manage, run community networks across the country. And we've been working with a couple of community networks, communities across the country, and we would share those stories.
Hi, everyone. Last but not least, my name is Kagoeria Nkonge. Difficult names, I know. I'm from Kenya, based in Nairobi. I'm supporting the ITU in its work in Nairobi and as well as in Kenya as well as Nigeria. ITU in both countries, Kenya and Nigeria, we work with the governments to support the government where they need to be supported, because both governments have a lot of fantastic initiatives in connectivity and digital inclusion that are going on. So for us, we plug in to support them where they need our support, for example, in regulatory analysis, analyzing the regulatory landscape to understand the barriers and enablers to connectivity and the broader digital inclusion. We also support them in framework and tool development that can help support the work they are doing. For example, in Kenya, ITU developed an financing efficiency toolkit that gathers global best practices on how the universal service funds can be the projects that are supported by the Universal Service Fund can be designed and implemented and monitored and evaluated. We also support in terms of sustainable models or approaches for connectivity. particularly with a focus on schools. How can schools achieve sustainable connectivity, and how can communities achieve sustainable connectivity? We're also supporting bringing stakeholders together, government and private sector, to have the discussion on how an enabling environment can be created to support digital inclusion. And we are also working in the area of digital skills for employment. For example, in both Kenya, in Nigeria, a study was conducted on digital skills assessment, assessing the demand and supply of digital skills to identify gaps. And we're also conducting a similar study in Kenya so that gaps can be identified, and then we can create, or rather support the government to create a roadmap for digital skilling in the countries. So I'm here as a co-moderator with Josephine. So I hope you enjoy the session. Thank you. Oh yeah, so the ball is in my court. We're going to have the session, we're going to have a number of sessions, questions for our panelists. We're going to focus on capacity building, and then we'll move on to policy and regulation, the regulatory questions. So I wanted to share a story. Not so long ago, I was in I created a WhatsApp group, and then I added people to the group because there was a purpose for the group. So the people that I added to the group were both young and not so young. And then later on, I again added one more person to the group. And this person was a young person, and she told me, "Thank you very much for the ad." Now in Kenya, when we say thank you very much for the ad, we mean thank you for adding me to the group. But there was a not so young person in the group who said thank you for the ad, and she posted a message into the group. Which ad? I have not seen any advertisement. Please, please share it with me. And everyone started, laughing. You could see, emojis, yeah, on the group, yeah, because people knew that she had not understood that an ad by thank you for the ad means thank you for adding me to the group. Okay, I'm not trying to point out generational gap. What I'm trying to point out is the need for inclusive, the need for inclusion in the digital space. Realizing that even something as simple as, language can actually exclude a person. Even the jargon that we use in the technology or in social media can totally exclude a person. So I wanted to ask maybe to pass the mic to YZ. From the Center for Information Technology and Development. YZ, I wanted to, maybe if you can enlighten us from a CTAD perspective, how is CTAD addressing the digital divide in northern Nigeria through capacity building? And what are the challenges you have encountered in the process? And also if you can highlight on how CTAD tries to ensure that capacity building initiatives are sustainable.
Thank you very much, Kagria. I hope I pronounced the difficult name correctly. In CTAD, I think we have for a long time been focused on closing the digital divide in the country. Officially, the digital divide tends to be under quoted. The USPF tells us that there are about 97 clusters of underserved and unserved communities with a total population of 27.1 million people. And so theoretically, these people are excluded, but that does not include people who cannot afford access because of affordability issues. It does not include people who are digitally illiterate, people who have no skills and therefore cannot engage with that. It does not include women who have internalized the fear of sexual violence and sexual harassment online. And so when you add up, and it does not include people with disability, who in Nigeria constitute about 10% of our population, which means that about 20 million of that. And it does not include people who are not even basic literate, you know. So when you add all this, you would be running to a figure of about over 100 million Nigerians who are digitally excluded. Now, the diversity means that you also have to develop different targeted approaches to including them in this. And so one of the things we've done is that we focus first on inclusive digital literacy. Now, inclusive digital literacy is not just about bringing people with disability, but making digital literacy available in the language that people speak. Okay, so if you are talking about people in the Cross Rivers, you deliver digital literacy in the language that they understand. If you are speaking in Borno State, you deliver in the language that they understand. And that means that they would be able to engage and therefore have access to content that is comprehensive to them in this own language and in these cultural experiences. Now, so that's one level. The second level is that we recognize that there are these blind spots. And so we try to build capacity for communities to develop, mobilize their own resources, endowments, and skills, and be able to build community networks which they can manage on their own. But for them to do that, they need the conducive environment, which is policy making. We'll come back to that. But so one of the key things we have been doing over the last is what we call the School of Community Network that we run annually for people from those identified communities that we are running pilots. In this School of Community Networks, we try to crash produce telecommunications engineers in court, you know, but people who have basic understanding of technology, people who can play around with technology, and people who can configure networks so that they can be able to deploy and design that. Now, incorporated in that, and because she talks about sustainability, now one is that when you talk about rural communities, one of the key challenges on which further reinforce exclusion is about availability of energy. You know, rural communities are energy hungry, but solar is abundant. So we include training on solar and how they can utilize that. And then we also include what we call the recover, repair, and reuse philosophy, meaning that they cannot afford new devices, and so they can, from discarded electronic waste, be able to recover components, tools, etc., with which they can do this on network and so forth. Now, so that is our approach to capacity building, which focuses on making energy available. And second, transforming e-waste into something that supports digital inclusion, and then building the capacity itself in terms of skills and knowledge of things. Now, one of the challenge also we have found is that the gender digital divide, and particularly in the northern part of the country, it's wide. It's partly out of fear, as I said earlier in the beginning. Of course, there are other factors, because one of them is that poverty in Nigeria, they have always said as a feminine first, you know, so women are relatively poorer than men, and therefore affordability index for them is much lower. Of course, also educational accomplishment, women are still lagging behind, so these factors play. But key factor is really about the technophobia. And so what we have done was to work with community leaders, religious leaders, and other gatekeepers to try to address these fears about the internet, about the digital space, and about the fact that if they don't work within the community themselves to address the source of the what they fear on the internet, then they would remain behind. One of the good things that has supported us in this is the increasing migration of education online. And so now you want to go to higher education in Nigeria, you have to pass the JAM CBT examination, which means that you must have digital skills in order to sit for the exam. You must have access to technology in order for you to register and to see your result. And so we tell them that if you don't allow your daughters to engage with technology, then they will remain forever behind, left behind, and therefore you won't have doctors in your community. Your daughters will not be able to engage in the modern space and so forth. And that has been helpful in terms of creating incentive for parents to want these daughters to. So this incentive has helped us to reduce that fear, but also including training on safety and security online for women and girls in the community, so that then they can be able on their own to address the issues of fear and online harassment and so forth. So overall, I think that the strategies have been very effective for us. We've seen decrease in terms of the technophobia, especially among women. We have seen increase in terms of willingness for communities to come out and contribute and support initiative to seed communities. We have seen where communities have gathered, made donation of land for community network to be established. We have seen just across here, about 40 kilometers away from here in the Leguari, where communities are making contributions weekly, women in particular, to raise money so that they can be able to buy some of the things that they can buy. So I think that this has shown us that sustainability is possible. And one of the good things that we have noticed was that the last School of Community Network that we ran, which was last month, August, it was, we did not support any of the participants. We advertised in the targeted communities, and we ask people if they are interested, they apply. They will be responsible for this transport, accommodation, feeding. What we would provide is we would provide you working lunch and tea break, and we're happy that people on this own applied and came and spent over 1 week with us running the training program. So again, that's for us was very gratifying, because it means that the School of Community Network would become sustainable on its part, which we intend to run so far. Of course, we have seen other organizations extend this friendship to want to replicate. NICDA, for instance, came to us, said, we've seen this your community networks, School of Community Networks, and we have a number of community digital centers across this country. Could you please help build the capacity of this so that we could also do that? And we did that for them for 10 of the centers across the country. Thank you very much for the time you've given me.
Thanks a lot, YZ. Very well presented. I can see that everyone here in the room is doing a lot of great work to close the digital divide. They say that the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. So we want to work towards making sure that the future is evenly distributed. We've heard from YZ and how CTAD is bridging the digital divide or working towards digital inclusion. YZ has mentioned about, not just providing digital skills, but also making sure that there is reliable energy, because without reliable energy, then it's a bit difficult to have a meaningful connectivity, sustainable connectivity. CTAD is also focusing on affordability, as you know, poverty can really hinder people from accessing the internet or even making use of the services or digital services. He has spoken about the repair and reuse philosophy that they use to ensure that everyone has access to affordable gadgets. And he's also spoken about the gender, divide, particularly in northern Nigeria. We cannot take that statement for granted. It's important that everyone is onboarded into the digital space. I want to pass the mic to Victor from Internet Society. I know that Internet Society provides a lot of training and funding to complementary access networks to ensure that they can, deploy and even supporting them on sustainability. Victor, I'm curious if you can tell us how providing, funding and capacity building to complementary access networks has, improved on internet access, innovation, creativity, and if you have any success stories that you can share with us today.
Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to be as short as succinct as possible so that you can note my takeaways. So as I said, the Internet Society has been there since 1992 with a core vision to make the internet for everyone. And that includes connecting the unconnected. And we realized going on that we cannot just do that like a single organization. We need to empower people to build their own internet, if I can call it like that. That's what we call community network. At the center of that network is the word community. So you have people, you have champions. And I have Josephine here, one of the champions, even many may not know. So one of the community network that we supported was in Kenya, called Tunapandanet. I remember visiting that community network and being on the roof, trying to make sure that the internet is working. I was on the roof with Josephine. So the Internet Society support community through funding. I can talk a little bit about that first part of funding. We have many funding programs that help community that are ready to, but need money to set up the network. We provide them with funding. So that's what we did in Kenya with Tunapandanet. We help them to scale what they have started already. And it has been one of the success story, because when you talk about people, when people see that other people have done something that is successful, it inspires them to do the same. So for many of you who are here in the room, if you go on the Internet Society website and you just type the word community networks, you're going to read about a lot of resources. So you go internetsociety.org and then you just search community network. So the funding program that I can mention is one that we launched this year, and it's going to be a continued endeavor. It's called Connecting the Unconnected Funding Program. So it's a program that we provide up to $50,000 to community to help build their own network. But I mentioned that we also have chapters, and we have funding for our chapters. I can mention that our DRC chapter, I don't know if there was someone in the room from DRC. We support them to support one of the community network in DRC as well. So, but one of the success story that I can mention in terms of funding is the community network that we also supported in South Africa. And that community network was a small project started by one of our chapter in South Africa called South Africa Gauteng. It's in the Gauteng region. So they started that work as a small project, but with the funding from the Internet Society, that network today has been bringing not only access to education resources, but also helping small businesses in the area to promote their businesses, to reach out to other partners, As I said, we cannot connect only connected alone. So when we support community, we open the door, access open door to them to reach out to other entity that can support them. On the area of funding, I will end by mentioning the Internet Society Foundation. So we have one of the program that we have at the Internet Society Foundation that people have been using also to build community network. It's called BOLD. And if you want to learn more about it, I have my colleague here in the room, Innocent. And if you just want to learn more about that particular funding program. So, and then I will end with the question on training. So to build a network, you need to at least to know how the networks work, how you can connect point A to B. So how you can, it can be fiber, it can be wireless network. So we started with one of our successes online course that was wireless networks for community. So that was the name of the course when we started. And today we turned that into, if you go on our website, Internet Society/learning, you will see a course on community network readiness assessment. So why did we initiated that course? Because when people heard that you can build your own network, you can connect, they are very enthusiastic. But sometimes you need to do an assessment. You need to make sure that the community is ready. You need to make sure that you have champions that can take that endeavor and run with it. So if that course really give everyone interested basic knowledge on where to start, making sure that you are all the condition and the enabling environment to help you scale. And last course related to community network that we have developed is called designing and deploying computer networks. And because again, you are networks in that community networks. And I remember at the early years, some of our community members were confusing the networking that you talk about people and the network that is connecting, technically connecting one network, a computer network to another one. So that course has been one of the successful one. And because when you go to the community and establish a network, if all the technicians or all those who are going to be working on maintaining that network come from outside, that community network won't be sustainable. So I can stop here and maybe I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. That's fantastic. I must say that I've been a member of Internet Society Kenya chapter since 2015 or 14. And I must say that when I first learned about the term community networks, I learned it from the Internet Society. They are doing fantastic work in supporting complementary access networks, particularly, in their grassroots efforts to connect and offer services to communities. And that's really commendable. He spoke about funding. They also provide a lot of funding, not just capacity building, but also funding. And I like it when I hear about funding. Yeah, who doesn't want to hear about funding? Yeah, because we all need the money. We cannot close the digital divide without money. So this one is a powerful stakeholder in the room. Yeah, ID as well. He has money. Yeah, so yeah, they say that a friend of mine likes to say that even in Freetown, a banana costs money. And yeah, there's nothing for free. Even when people tell you, oh, it's free. No, it's because somebody is footing the bill. And it's important to talk about money matters. I can mention one thing. In Kenya currently, ITU is just finalizing on a study in collaboration with APC, whereby we are assessing last mile connectivity projects in the whole of Kenya to understand the challenges they face. First of all, who they are, who are the operators at the last mile, what are the challenges they're facing, and what are the gaps they're trying to fill, and what are the gaps that they face, so that we can see, also we can map the stakeholder ecosystem that is required to ensure their sustainability. So that's an upcoming study by the ITU. Hopefully the study is going to be completed soon, and it can help us understand complementary access networks in Kenya more. And I really hope that the study can flow, overflow to other countries as well, including Nigeria, where we are working to understand better the landscape of complementary access networks and how we can better support. There's another stakeholder in the room that is very important, Madam Rispa Aros, Program Coordinator for Kenya National School of Community Networks. Yeah, Kenya National School of Community Networks. We hope to learn from the Kenya National School of Community Networks. And Rispa, if you could kindly give us insights into the training programs that are offered by the Kenya National School of Community Networks and their impact. Also, if you could speak a little bit on the strategies that you've used to engage complementary access networks, in terms of capacity building for them, as well as how you help them to manage their initiatives. Thank you, and their sustainability aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina Kagwiria. And also thank you, my fellow panelists. I really do agree with, for example, what YZ from CTAD said around some of the challenges that we are facing at the community level. And what something particularly that resonated is the issue around technophobia, and that is at the community level. Even as you're getting this capacity building effort, even as you're getting the notions around community networks to the community, what is the reception? Is it something that the community understands and is willing to engage with? And how do you break that ice? Those are some of the things that not only while building these community networks we have seen, but also even during our capacity buildings, because when we're talking about this training and mentorship for any emerging and or already existing community network, we really go down to the pillars of a community network. We really drill down to, as Victor was saying, very technical things around. You need to know what does it mean when you say wireless connection or wired connection, when you talk about routers. So getting the community to understand those equipments or that language, and to be able to also know that it's not, you don't have a degree, you don't need to have a degree to be able to do simple, to be able to connect yourselves. So that is what ideally our capacity building entails. And we have been doing this since 2020. And at that time, we were a few community networks in Kenya. And the goal was to really broaden up this space. And what we did was to really do an ecosystem mapping, looking into who are the communities that would want to engage with, or who are the communities that will benefit from this capacity building, and who are the experts in this space, who expert not only in the telecommunication concept, but also at community engagement, in community engagement concepts. Because what this connectivity, the type of connectivity that community network is something that needs to be for, by, and with the community. Now, we have had 2 iterations of the Kenya National School of Community Network, and that has really brought different participants in the training. So when we go to a community, for example, if it's a rural area or if it's an informal settlement that would want to connect themselves, our agenda is to capacitate them so that they're able to do that work. And we do this by understanding the landscape, understanding how the not community net, but how the people network is, understanding who are the gatekeepers, understanding who are the champions, who are the early adopters that can be able to ensure that the community the connectivity is an easy process that is not getting barriers from while trying to connect the community. Also, another thing is getting them into rooms, as YZ said, that we also have in mind the issue of language while we're doing this capacity building. How do we ensure that we really simplify it and demystify the concept so that it's not in jargon terminologies, so that the concept is really something that the community can use while in creating their own community networks. So we call them grassroots engineers, because ideally we want them to be able to build this network that you're talking about. And then also another thing is the Kenya National School of Community Network has also been very key in defining community network. It has also been very key in seeding other community networks in the country. As I said, when we started, we were 2. Right now, we have 11 community networks, and the movement keeps on growing. And that is because after a training, then a community would go and tell another community about their processes, their strategies, and through that is how we get even the participants that we have in the school. Another thing is the school itself has also enabled to highlight very key important things in this space. For example, the regulation. Through the school, when we get different parties or different communities that would want to start a community network, then they able to understand also what it takes to have dialogues with stakeholders like the regulators, what it takes to what it takes to comply with the government, even as they roll out these infrastructures in their different communities. And then just to, as I finish my presentation, also like some of the strategies that have really worked for us is a multi-stakeholder approach, where we synergize our efforts, not only looking at community networks at the community level, but now starting to see how does it affect the county at a county level, then how does it affect the national processes and national strategies, and then how can we get all these stakeholders that are very important in strengthening community network movement in Kenya to be able to not only champion for this movement, but also be able to fundraise and be able to really get the word out there on the importance of community networks. Another strategy that we've used is around community of practice, where just looking now beyond the capacity building, how can we sustain this knowledge to ensure that it's moving, the knowledge flows freely to even emerging community networks. Sorry, so that any emerging trend can be the movement can be able to discuss, and even any evolving trend with regards to community networks, the conversation keeps going. Building. Another thing is around participatory action research, participatory methodology, whereby our trading is very it's very hands-on. So when we identify these communities that needs training, we have virtual trainings that happen online, and then we now go to their different communities to deploy or to land there, so that the participants, or we call them peers, our trainees, so that they can understand on ground what does a community network look like, not just at a theoretical level, not just at virtually, but like on ground, what will that look like, and what will that harnessing energy in creating a network look like. So that is also another thing that we do. And lastly, around devolving, also we try to see how can we devolve this capacity building, not just from the national level, but also at a county level, because sometimes this knowledge can then just trickle down from the already from the beneficiaries of the school. So looking at a model where we can have the capacity building at a national level, but then also the beneficiaries of the program go ahead and train other communities in their region, other communities around them to start a connectivity that is owned by them and with them. So that is all I can say right now, and thank you.
That's awesome. I'm hearing, creating platforms where community or complementary access networks can learn from each other. I'm hearing peer learning. I'm hearing bringing all stakeholders to the table to ensure, end-to-end solutions. I'm hearing, helping communities to understand what it means to comply. Yeah, because often we may require assistance from the government to support us, but at the same time, we must remember that government doesn't support entities that do not are not, for example, licensed or do not comply. So it's important that we understand also if we need support from the government, we also need to play our part, which is, it's not so much to comply. Yeah, we can try our best to comply. So I'm happy with the work you're doing, RISPA, with the Kenya School of Community Networks. I would say that it's important to also ensure that stakeholders are coming together, they are sharing their learnings. For example, as you said, community networks coming together, learning, sharing their learnings, exchanging with the government to understand where is the government coming from, where are the community networks coming from, so that without that dialogue, it's not possible to learn from one another or to progress. So I think it's very important to ensure that stakeholders come together, and also sometimes even to help them co-create solutions, co-design solutions, because they say that nothing great in this world is achieved singly. Yeah, that we must come together with others so that we can create the best solutions in the world. Allow me to hand over to my friend Josephine to take us through regulatory and policy side of supporting communities to deploy.
Thank you, Kagwiria, and thank you for anchoring the conversation really well around the pillars, of community networks. Is it audible? Around the pillars of community networks. Yeah, so key things have come out. One is the issue around champions, community champions, because the network has started at community level. As RISPA said, these are with, for, and by communities. So it's important to also understand that these champions have the capacity to be able to advocate as well as to deploy, maintain, and operate the network infrastructure. Another pillar for community networks is the pillar around enabling policy and regulatory environment. As community networks exist in the telecommunication sector, we find that across the region, majority of our frameworks were not created for non-for-profit operators. And so many of our regulation does not recognize community networks. There has been a bit of movement. There are milestones in some countries, such as Uganda in 2020. Uganda came up with the communal access license, which is available for community-based organizations, non-for-profit entities, and at a fee of about $2,000, they're able to get a 5-year license. While that was progress, that is still quite unaffordable for many community networks. But Kenya and Zimbabwe are examples of countries that have created regulation that really can be able to support the growth of community networks in the country. And as RISPA is saying, to 11 community networks in Kenya, it's not just about capacity building, but also the fact that the regulation now permits for community networks to exist. And this license actually is affordable because at only $50, a non-for-profit organization can be able to start a network. Vis-a-vis before, they were to pay about $2,000 for the lowest license. Zimbabwe as well has has what is known as a statutory instrument that supports that makes a provision for community networks also at $50. So with that, my question goes to ID. Together with FCDO as well as ITU, we have collaborated in creating a lot of platforms and workshops where we bring together regulators, policymakers to discuss this issue about how do we create enabling environments, not just for community networks or complementary access networks, but really more flexible environments that allow for innovation. So from you, what would you think will be how can policymakers and regulators be able to strike a balance between regulation and flexibility so that we encourage the growth of complementary access networks, especially in resource constrained communities?
Thank you very much. And I just also want to appreciate the speakers who've been speaking so far. I think complementary access network is an immense phenomenon, actually, and something I'm personally really interested beyond my role as an advisor on digital to the UK government. The question for me in my head with what you've just asked is, why do we even need complementary access networks in the first place? And then we'll begin to see why regulation, striking a balance in regulation is important. And the answer from that is not far-fetched. You pay attention, pick Nigeria, for example, broadband penetration is at 47%. What happens to the remaining 53%? If you consider mobile broadband, it says about 130 million, mobile broadband connections in a country of about 215 million people. And YZ mentioned earlier, with all the multi-faceted denominators of indicators, you factor it together, you probably have, he said, about 100 million people excluded. Now, why is that the case? Unserved communities around the country, which he mentioned about 90 plus. Why? Because the main telecommunication or internet service infrastructures cannot penetrate there. Take, for example, MTN cannot necessarily provide internet in every community in this country. Perhaps one, it doesn't make financial sense. They're a business, they're a profit-making organization. So if they erect a telecom mast in a community that doesn't buy credit, what's the cost of investment in that infrastructure? Why would they need to do that? So you see, that's the question you ask, and then you come to the realization that alternative networks are an absolute for inclusion, because this mainframe, I call them mainframe operators, whether telecommunications or internet providers, will not go to these locations. In 200 years, they won't, because it doesn't make profit sense for them. So how do we include those people? Alternatives, community networks, TV white space, wireless broadband, satellite telecommunications, all of these alternatives now come into play. But how do we deploy them? That is when regulation comes in. And I think it is really important that there is a striking balance in regulation, such that regulation that allows the process to flow helps everybody to understand what needs to be done, and then allows the flexibility for people to deploy solutions that actually help solve problems. So we're not looking at regulation in the sense that it stifles. For example, and I've had conversations with Dr. Wise a lot of times on community networks in Nigeria. And we've worked together along with the ITU and the APC together, the UK government keenly supporting that, because it's the only way to include people.
how do we expand connectivity to communities that don't have? Community networks comes to mind. We've also worked on TV white space. But if somebody was to deploy community networks in this country, for example, what are the frameworks that they can look up to that guides them? Whether they're service providers, whether they're communities that actually wants to work with themselves. And we're talking about communities, resource constrained communities. There's almost no community that lacks internet that is not resource constrained. They don't have the resources, of course. That is why the main guys are not even there in the first place. And that is where we think the policymakers come in. And you're right, we've had several locations where we bring these policymakers to the table. There is a need to do a research in Nigeria, for example, on communities that actually need community networks. Let's have that data. What are their deficiencies? What are their strengths? What can they bring to the table? How can they self-regulate? How can they regulate themselves? How can this be deployed? Once that information on unserved and underserved communities is concerned, once that information is on the table, then the regulators can now look at how do we tailor the frameworks to support the specific needs of these communities in such a way that these communities can now be part of the tech ecosystem that we're talking about, can now be included. That somebody within a community or a community itself, for example, can stand up and tell government, okay, we would like to have internet in our community, and they have a clear pathway to having that access. That is where regulation comes in. Developing those sort of frameworks. And I think this is why it is absolutely important that there is that balance. You don't want chaos in the system. So regulation brings that structured approach to the right frameworks where everybody understands what part and what role to play and how to support these sort of communities and how these communities, of course, regulation also introduces transparency into the system. There's a whole range of positives around why regulation is absolutely important. And the problem, I think, sometimes is getting the real people to the table to actually have that conversation about why there is need for regulation, the right kind of regulation in this. What about investors who they are not the major guys, but they have the small amounts of money? They probably wouldn't mind putting their #1 inside these communities. On one hand, expand access to them, but on the other hand, maybe tiny profits could come, and they don't mind the tiny profits because the big guys want the big profits. So how do you go about that? That is where regulation can come in, guiding investors into this pathway and also supporting these communities on what to do and what not to do. So I think there is the absolute need to have that balance. Policymakers play a big role, regardless of how it is, in providing the system with the structure that is needed for advancement, for growth, and for development. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, ID. And I'd like now to open up for Q&A from the room. Yes, we have Kwaku at the back. Okay. So I'll start. Please keep it brief, and if you can just let us know who you're directing the question to. Yes.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Kweku Entry, for the record, from African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. I'll keep it brief, and I think I'm just going to go ahead across the panel. Thank you, ISOC. You've been supportive, and I'm proud to be an ISOC member here because today in this room, we are really connected. There's no empty chair. Okay, there's no empty chair. Okay, so one, how accommodating older community networks to new innovations of community networks. I say this because last year at the AFIGF in Ethiopia, we launched the Internet Backpack, which is also a community network. And in the room, there was a lot of resistance. I won't mention which country, but these were older community networks. The Internet Backpack is here. I'll show it to you. You can see it after the session. You just take the Internet Backpack and you deploy it. But there was resistance, meaning that are we not complementary? Is that not our aim, to complement each other and to extend the internet? The question two is, about the data. How willing are we to share? How willing are we in sharing the data of unavailability of all the other matrices that we need? Some of us are working in organizations in which we do research that we don't want to share data. And it's important that most of you are talking about data and that we need to know what's on the ground to be able to provide solutions for. And so I think with that, I'll hand over to the next person.
My name is Ibrahim, a fellow at Bellingcat. So my question is this, talking about building community networks, especially for underserved communities. So I want to really know, because I just want to know if this makes sense. I just need clarification about what I'm about to say now. So there are cases where you have communities that are not underserved, where you have they have internet access, but then you still find like a wide range of people in those communities saying connecting to the internet is quite expensive. Like each time they subscribe on a monthly basis, people just complain. You know, they do it because it's something they have to do, but it's not really affordable for them. Now, this is one community, and then the other community is where they don't have access at all. Now, my question now is this: for the first community I talked about, does it make sense to have them say they want to set up community networks for themselves? Does that make sense? And looking at the internet assessment, I think there's this thing ISOC did on, there's this course on their website, I can't really remember. It's more about internet, community network readiness assessment. So like, I don't know if, I've not gone through it, I don't know if that kind of assessment would support the community one I mentioned, where they have access, but people still complain that access is like still expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mohamed Yaku. I'm the founder of an educational startup technology company called Line Technology. So my question will go to the Mr. YZ from CDAT. And I know we're talking about the underserved community and in terms of inclusiveness and the rest. Most of the times when we started, we tried to focus on the underserved communities. But like the panelists here mentioned, there's issue of funding and other things that were discussed here. Even though we're glad with the kind of work that CDAT is doing and is really, really going far. Because I think in most of my researches and walkthrough, I come across a lot of things that CDAT does. But then most of these things that we're doing, they are stationed in the places that maybe don't really deserve it, like the cities, the central areas and stuff like that. So, but I know that even before the wave of this digital inclusiveness, digital skills and everything, Nigerian government has been trying a lot to put digital inclusiveness to communities. I think right from, let's say from 2010 to this year we are 2023, that's 13 years. In most of the local governments that you go to in Nigeria, we call them local governments as a sub-level of the states. You see that there are ICT centers that were established either by the local government or by NCC or National Information Technology Development Agency. But along the way, these facilities are left to rot without maintenance, without funding and stuff like that. Especially there's a project that was carried out by, I think either the Nigerian Communications Commission or the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITA. It's called knowledge access venues. And most of these knowledge access venues are placed in secondary schools in these communities. But
In the year 2016, when I was a youth core member in one of the communities, realized that most of these facilities are underutilized. Up to now, up to today that we're talking, they are underutilized. The bandwidth that was provided for these facilities have been exhausted or have expired long time ago, no renewal, nothing. So a lot of these projects were abandoned. And sometimes the computers become dysfunctional, no repairs. So, but for organizations like us, I think there are other people here which have met that we do these kind of things. So when we get to these communities, one, we have this issue of connectivity. And then the most important thing, which is the funding, because most of what we are doing is just something that is a personal interest we do from our pockets. And so there's a particular level that when you get to, you could not proceed. Or when you get to a community that is resistant, you cannot do anything. So in this current wave now, we have been able to achieve a lot in digital inclusiveness, digital skills, cybersecurity, a lot of things. And this was made possible by a lot of hubs, by a lot of promoters and stuff like that. So I don't know, is there any way that CTAD is looking at trying to leverage on people like we now that are already focusing on this so that we can be able to strengthen these systems to reach out to the underserved communities? Thank you.
Let's take that round. We do the first round of the three. And then once those are taken, then we'll take the next round as we close the session. So we'll start with the last one that Mohammed directed to YZ around how you can leverage partnerships as well as existing infrastructures that are underused in different communities. And then we'll have the question from Ibrahim being directed to Victor, discussing or commenting on the issue around affordability and unavailability. Are there any community networks in areas where, yes, there is infrastructure, but it's not just affordable? And how is the CN readiness assessment applicable to them? And then to RISPA, who is also a community network operator, are community networks open or receptive to new innovations? And are you willing to share the data? Is there data and are you willing to share it?
Right. Let me explain one of the reasons why these government centers are always abandoned and so forth. Government says people need digital centers without consulting the communities. And then they dropped digital centers there. And the people don't know what it is. They are even afraid to go there, so they keep this distance, And then over time, people begin to peep, what is this thing? So one day they steal mouse, tomorrow keyboard is missing, and next thing the whole computer is missing. And then before you know it, even the land, and I will tell you, I did a survey. I know land of those community centers that have been occupied by other people. For instance, if you go to Damatru, I can show you one that is now a DIP center. If you go to Duse, I will show you one that is now a church. If you go to Kano, I will show you one that is a student hostel. These are government properties, but the communities were not involved in doing this. So the key challenge is that you don't do that without consulting the community. You don't do that without involving them. I think if you want to do that, you need to get them. Do they need it? Yeah. What is this role in terms of maintaining, in terms of its sustainability and so forth? That is one of the key challenge. For us, what we have done was that we have worked with a number of even legislators who have established constituency projects. They have set up these computers, they don't use it, and nobody is using. So we say, look, honorable, this thing is useful. We don't say give us money, but give us the community center and we will run it for the community. And we have taken quite a number of them in rural areas. If you go to Bauchi, in Itas, we took one. In Jamare, we took one. In Azare, we took one. Then in this Abuja, the rural communities, we have one in Lelegwari, we have one in the, what's her name? Fasepa, Tungang Ashere, and so forth. So what we do is we take over and work with community to train them on how to maintain them and how to run them. And that way you can maintain them. The same thing with schools. When you go on these sites, it's not sustainable. And that's the argument also for community network, because schools themselves are communities. You know, they have a need for bandwidth, you know, go to BUK, go to ABU. These are huge communities, you know, and in many of these, you have community connectivity challenges in some of these institutions. So if they are able to build this on community networks, you know, as academic communities, as territorial communities, as whatever community you find, you know, you can be able to address that challenge that they have, you know. So for us, it's that we worked with partnerships like you. If we know where you are, we will certainly open our hands to work with you. We worked with government agencies, we worked with legislators, we worked with professionals. Every community we go, we have a mentoring scheme. You know, even for our School of Community Networks, you know, in Lelegwari, what we do is that we look for professionals who know about technology, about network building, and then we pair them with the community so that they would be guiding them, helping them, and so forth. And that the community network is not just about connectivity, but it's also about digital creativity center, you know, and you are bringing new business models into the communities. You are bringing education into the community. You are even enhancing the potential of better healthcare access in those communities. You know, in Hanafari, where we deployed the community network, where it's existing, what they have done is that in the past, they have to travel very far to go and sit for JAM or register for JAM, you know. So now they have a community network and they don't have to go anywhere. And so they charge money for people to come and register. And that's assured the sustainability of the center. And I said, it's not urban. We are not concentrated in urban. Maji is here. They run 2 community networks in rivers across rural communities in the river states, you know, and Fanswam runs about 5 in different rural communities in the Kaduna state, you know. So there's this attempt to really get across, you know, creativity and innovation by professionals like startups and so is important to the ecosystem. But in themselves, they don't necessarily translate into digital inclusion. You know, they are things that can help to further the processes of digital inclusion, but they also inspire other people, you know, that digital skills is not just for the passion, it's also a means of livelihood, you know. And so people like you who stand as models, role models in communities, and also inspiring others that on your own, you don't have to wait and be job seeker. You know, with technology, every one of us can become job creator. And I think that that is the role and the championship that people like you had. We have also established what we call the Friends of Community Network in Nigeria. And we held a major meeting which brought the government, the development partners, the trade associations such as Altcon, Alcon, the telecommunications facilitators. My friend Matthias is there, the Information Technology Association of Nigeria, who bring all the IT companies under this umbrella. You know, so we all come, try to see what role each one of these different stakeholders would play, and let's synergize so that it's not one particular actor driving this thing. It's a huge thing. When a friend talked about resistance, incidentally, we tried to get you. We wanted particularly a panel on the park for this IGF. We talked to the, no, we said that we needed you to make a demonstration to the Minister of Digital Economy. And so we were kept on trying and trying. I don't know how in the end we didn't get you, and this just to discover you in the hall as a gift, you know. Thank you. As for data, I think RISPA would talk. But one of the things we did in CTAD was that we said, I think the figure of 95, 97 clusters, we think it's not realistic. And we tasked ourselves and developed an app. And this app is available on Google Store. You download it wherever community you are. You just open, it tells you the speed, the type of network, and so forth. And that would enable us to have a much more accurate data about areas that are not connected in this country. So we have been using it now to gather data across the thing. Once you do, you download, you assess, it measures, and then it sends us data that a specific area, this is the level of connectivity they have. And once we are able to get enough data across the country, we would be willing to share. And I think it's the type of data that he has talked about. Give a realistic presentation of who is really excluded in terms of connectivity, what's the level of network presence in different areas, and what can be done on the basis of the realistic data that is available. We welcome you, and please give us your contact with the network. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, YZ. I think you're making very good points. And you've also touched on a majority of the things I wanted to say. It's also because the work that CTAD is doing is also the work that we are doing in Kenya. Same strategy, is just that the environment is different. So we are all evolving and adapting according to our different environments. Now, to the question around innovations and if community networks are open to have innovations, the grounding at the core of community networks is the community themselves. And we are really trying to move from a place where we, sorry, I hope there's no echo. Yeah, where we are suggesting things to communities as experts, because most of the needs that we are trying to solve, even with technology, is the needs that communities know of. And this, how even our capacity building is, we have made it, there is a need analysis so that to know what are the gaps that the community is facing and how can we be able to solve that. So for innovation, it has to be something that makes sense to the community. It has to be something that the community wants, and something that is beneficial to the community. So yeah, I would say community networks are open. If innovation comes, it has to go fast to the members of the community. If it's accepted and adopted, it's even harness the ownership element of such innovations. To the next question around data sharing, I would say it's really a challenge, because community networks is just a new concept, and we are it's now just starting to gain traction. So there's no much data around community networks, but there are initiatives to ensure that this data is readily available. For example, like what YZ has shared with the innovation that the work that they're doing at CITAD in collecting the exact and precise information about these community networks that can be accessed in a platform. And also the work that ITU is doing with engaging community networks in Kenya and understanding the ecosystem and being able to share that data. When you see big institutions like ITU doing it, then it gives it much verifications. Also at a local level, we are creating resources around the curriculums that we are using to train these communities, and trying as much as possible to make it as simple for at a community level where these trainings can happen, and also very that it can be accessed online. So we are creating also toolkits around these trainings and having them uploaded in our websites. And then lastly, just to say that also ISOC has done an immense work in documenting community networks and documenting best practices and strategies that we are utilizing, that we are using in some of our trainings or in some of our discussions around community networks. They just help to ground conversations on how to best strengthen community networks. So the data is there, and there's much data also coming in. We just need to publish more, and also we need to leverage on the already existing data that has been worked on with different stakeholders. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rispa. And thank you, Ibrahim, for that very good question on connecting community networks and the affordability question. So when it comes in past year, it was discussed a lot about digital divide. And when you talk about digital divide, there are many factors. And one is that there is no connection at all. Those are the ones who are very in remote area where traditional operator don't see the economic incentive to go and cover the area. But there's also those living in city where the network is available, but it's not affordable. So the Internet Society has supported, if I can just give you concrete examples. So many of you in the room here will not know that people are talking about community network in New York, in the United States. So we have supported community there to build community network in the center of New York. New York is the center of one of the richest places in the world, but you still have people there that the internet is so expensive that they cannot afford to connect. So the Internet Society supported community there to set up a network that can be affordable for those who live in the New York area where there are billionaires living there. For them, paying internet access is not something, but there are other people there where they have to balance between getting food or getting internet access. So one of the concrete examples that you can go on our website and look at is the community network that we help build in the city of New York. So the answer is yes, you can build a network in a city just to answer the question of affordability. An example that I can mention also in the Africa region is one of the first network that we supported, Tunapanda Net, is not in a very remote area of Kenya. It is in Nairobi. And why we supported them, because Kibera is one of the poorest area in the capital city of Nairobi. And the network is there to serve that community so that they can afford at least to pay based on their income. and many, if you will explore, you mentioned the document and the online course that we have on community network readiness assessment. So one of the key things for community network is sustainability. So you cannot just give internet for free to people. Those who have tried that is for free, is for some time. And then when someone else cannot continue to pay, it will just stop. So if you can make it available at the price that people can afford, it will be one of the way that you can address the sustainability part of it. So I think that's what I can add on that particular question. And thank you again for asking it.
Thank you. I don't know where peace is. Yes, yeah. So we'll just take two more, and then you're also okay. So 3, and then we have. Okay, so just we'll prioritize the 3 in the room, and then 1 online, and then we will move to Kagwiria for closing. Okay. So just name and then who you're directing.
Okay, thank you. My name is Matt Fese. Very interesting conversation. I represent ITAN. The company is Sagita Systems. A wonderful thing Africa is doing. I'm going to be very brief and concise. So much work is being done in Nigeria by CITAT, so much in Kenya. And my question, I direct my questions to the UK rep here and the ITU rep here. Now, the bottom line for all these things we are doing is for digital transformation in Africa. Yes, digital literacy is a major component of digital transformation. That's the bottom line. So my question is 2-tier. 1, is there any serious documented effort for monitoring and evaluation of all these things we are doing in all these remote communities and underserved communities? Can you beat your heart and say, in the past 5 years, we have been able to progress from percentage A to B? Is that kind of record available? Because the way Africa works at times amazes me. Number 2, what is the impact on the digital economy so far of all these things, all these efforts, all these resources you are committing? Can you be specific with data on what impact it has been able to deliver on the GDP of all these countries in Africa? So my question is more of a macro question. I'm trying to ask, what is the aggregate impact on digital economy, well-being of the citizenry, of the people of Africa? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you for giving me the mic finally. So my name is Ike. I work for Maji. So I just want to ask also is on sustainability, because sustainability at the community level is, for me, is broad. I will take it from your angle when you said communities that are underserved are also constrained by finance as well. Then on your own side, I will also take it from where you said emerging community networks. So I would have to marry the two. Now, oh, okay. Sorry, I just want to be very, very precise. Okay, the issue about setting up or deploying setups in communities is very expensive, especially when it has to do with, it has to be powered by solar due to the epileptic nature of power supply and all that. So because we don't want it to be sustainable, so you invest so much in developing or setting up, deploying setups in those communities. And then looking at it from the fact that the community is already constrained by finance, and saying that internet is not free. And this is already saying we cannot buy internet because it's expensive. How does someone provide sustainability to that particular network that's already at the point that when you're sustaining it for them, you're seeing a lot of traffic? Because whether you like it or not, community networks are also limited to the aspect of coverage level. So it's very limited. And when it's limited and you're having that kind of traffic, network traffic, how do you expand that community network at that point when you're already looking at constrained communities? That is my first question. Now, looking at also from where it has to be emerging communities that are asking for internet, and you see people looking at it from, they're coming from distant areas to come and join the network. How do you also, expand beyond that communities that you already set up those deploy those setups to those communities where you're already looking at the enthusiasm for people to get networks, and already like Maggie, what Maggie is facing at this point, where at a point where we are being called nearly every day by different cluster communities. They are calling us because our target is mostly communities that are underserved or probably rural and urban poor centers, because we don't look at city centers. We believe those who are citizens are actually much privileged. So we're looking at the inclusion level and participation level of rural poor centers. So looking at it from this point, how do you bring in emerging communities that are looking up to you for internet connectivity, as well as communities that are already underserved, and you're looking at possible ways of expanding? So how do we marry these two when internet is not free? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Choma Mechi. I'm an educator with Young Media Champions and also a member of AFIGF. My kind of looking at children of school going age is kind of contribution, and to know what your organization is doing, and also for Victor. Now, you mentioned that you've looked into having a network community in New York. But that New York in America, I don't know why you chose, okay, maybe they desire it. Here in Nigeria, we need it more. Because traveling from Houston to Dallas by road, anywhere you stop, especially shops, you get a free network. You can call. In New York, if you don't have access to network, just go to a nearby shop. Go there as if you're going to buy potato chips, you have network. Go to libraries, anywhere in America, you have network. Go to metro, train stations, you have network. Why can't we have something? This is for you, sir. Something similar, like in our health centers. Why can't we have access to affordable free network? Why can't we have libraries, have government build libraries for children so that they can go there and have access to network? Why is it a big deal in Nigeria, sir? Why is it, just even in the center here, you can't go to hotel. You go to hotel, you have to, it's not, you will have access. Why can't we have something, even if it's in one state or two in Nigeria, why can't we have it like that? I'm not happy about it. When you mention America, don't go there. Let's start from Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. So we'll start with the question. I think YZ got the most of them, and then Victor also has to respond as to why are you building networks in New York?
Okay, the last question. There are two answers. Let me start with the short one. You will get all these things when me and you become the ministers. Yes, but for now, our role is really advocates. We don't have the power to make them. I'll tell you that for the first 3 years, we have been drumming onto the ears of the Minister of Digital Economy, the management of NCC, and all the other actors within the ecosystem, that can we have please a policy on community network? Because Nigeria has no policy on community network. We first had a meeting with NCC on this with a lot of directors, and ID was there. And they will seem like this is something they should do. You know, they were so receptive. We were so happy that we have hit the thing. They say, could you please send us a study on how this is done in Kenya? We didn't know, maybe they want to go for holidays. Anyway, so we did a study actually, gave them a model, the challenges, and so forth. 1 month, they said nothing. 2 months, they said nothing. 6 months, there's nothing. We went to the minister. Minister said, oh, this is fantastic. His ministry has been tuning out policies. If policy is just the challenge, we would do it. Give me 4-page pager summary of how can this be done, what will be the key components, and we did that. We submitted to him. 1 month, nothing. We went back. Minister, you promised. Don't worry, we will do it. We stopped. We went 2 months, he didn't do. We called what we call the Friends of Community Network and made him to be the keynote speaker. He didn't come, but he sent the DG Nimsi. I don't know why Nimsi, you know, he came. And then he offered on behalf of the minister that the policy would come out soon. After he didn't, we went back to his office, and then he said, look, our government is about to finish. Why don't you go and negotiate with MTN and so that you can do this community network? We will not have time to do policy. That's how government works. After raising our expectation, then they crash it down on the eve of his leaving for office. But we are not giving up. We would continue. A new person has come. Incidentally, it's someone that we think is going to be more receptive because he has a background in advocacy himself, you know. So we would resume. But I think that the bottom line is really about our capacity to speak out as Nigerians, you know. No government will give you anything without asking for it, or in fact demanding for it. So if all this whole, we raise our voice, that this is what we want, you know. Advocacy is not just about rationality. It is about what social forces you represent. And so if we are able to galvanize a voice across the breadth of this country, all the things that you are saying would be delivered. We launched a signature campaign last year for the ministry to recognize community networks as a tier of providers in this country. And over 200 organizations and individuals signed that. But of course, that is an insignificant number. We are happy people signed, but we don't think that is sufficient enough to. There are also a number of initiative models like the backpack. And when we heard about it, we said, can we run to the ministry and say, look, this is internet ready, just like they say food is ready, you know, you just drop it in the community and it works, you know, can we? And they say, no, they have to do type testing to ensure that it meets that. Of course, we understand, you know, but that is what we've been on the past 2 months trying to see if they can do type testing for it. Unfortunately, we had communication problem. So there's a lot of increasingly new models of how you can connect people, communities, and so forth. And I think it's our creativity, ingenuity, and determination that will take us to where you want us to be. Matthew, what's the last question now? Okay, so I got what it. Now, so for us, sustainability is not necessarily defined in terms of Naira and Kobo. Okay, that is important. But we looked at what sort of thing in terms of development would the community network bring to the community? Is it bringing new jobs for the community members and therefore reducing unemployment? Is it improving access to education for these members? In fact, is it reducing the cost of education? You know, is it bringing healthcare to them? So when you factor this, you define a sustainability from a social entrepreneur dimension. And once it's delivering in this, bringing more education, bringing better health, creating new business, then communities themselves would be able to finance and sustain the community network. So don't focus the beginning on just the Naira and Kobo sustainability.
I add and then I can press. Yeah, also I wanted to just talk about the issue you raised around emerging community networks. What we've done is the license framework for community networks has really helped in defining a lot in terms of the guidelines of community networks. For instance, in Kenya, a community network has to be within a sub-county. So then it means it's able to manage itself. So the scope doesn't go beyond what a community is, because you still want to maintain it at the community level. Also, what other strategies that we are using to be able to synergize our work is we have the Association of Community and Networks of Kenya that really helps to the body should really help to be able to support any other emerging community network, so that it's not, for example, it's not Tunapanda Net going to start a community network in Kisumu. Our role is Tunapanda Net is just going to support the people in Kisumu to do that work. So also just working in terms of that boundary to ensure that no one community network is very burdened with its scope. And then lastly, on the monitoring and evaluation strategy, thank you for asking that question. I really agree with you. It's an important guideline to have as community networks, because we are doing so much work and sometimes it's lost in while we're doing it. So we really need to have these strategies or these guidelines to be able to showcase the impact that this is having in the community network. And perhaps that is what will be very good in convincing some of our governments that this initiative is really needed. Thank you.
Yeah, just ID.
Oh, thank you. Just to add, because you asked a really important question. If you look at the numbers, as of December last year, about over 750 ISP licenses have been issued in Nigeria for small-scale network operators for community network and last mile connectivity. But within that same period, only 188 were active. So what happens to the over 500? They were no longer active. They got licenses, but they could no longer operate. So the sustainability of the business model, it's a major issue for this last mile connectivity operators or network, community network operators in Nigeria. So it's a really valid question. Now, what we have done from the UK government perspective is that we've worked with partners like, of course, CTAT, APC, and the ITU to look at the situation holistically. But the key one I want to point, to your direction is the work we've done with Initiative for Digital Inclusion, IDI, or Greenfields Law, where we've undertaken a study, a research on why that is the case, the business model that can be sustainable in the Nigerian context. And then we've gone ahead to test bed some of these business models with ISP operators, and at the same time offer capacity training on sustainable business models
for last mile connectivity in Nigeria. So if you don't mind, I can point you to the direction where you can take advantage of that training and be part of it, because it's going around all the regions in the country, the 6 geopolitical zones, working with operators like yourself to provide that capacity. Is that okay?
Thank you. And just briefly, Victor, as we hand over back to Regina for closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Josephine, and thank you to our dear ISOC member for that interesting question. Why are we supporting community network in New York? I think one of the things that in line with the vision of the Internet Society of making the internet available, accessible to everyone, it just happened that in New York, there are many people who cannot afford to have access at home. It is true that you can go to the library. Library can help you to access, to have a certain emergency access. And let's say you have kids at home that they need to access school homework at 8 p.m. and the library is closed. So what do you do? So the concept that I would like to just share for New York is one of the things at the center of community network is sharing. So in New York, what they do is it's not just about getting the minimum access or having someone operating a network. It's creating a network where neighbors can share. Those who have can share with those who do not. So that means the mesh network that was set up in New York is that if you agree to share your connection to that, your available bandwidth into that network, you just share it with those who do not have it. So at the end, there is a kind of balance of cost, and that make it sustainable. So what the Internet Society supported them is to establish the infrastructure. So the community network is very simple. If you can come to an area here and set up a Wi-Fi network, you have an internet connection coming in, and then you can browser, you can share that with a certain number of people. So that's why we thought that supporting that mesh community network in New York was important. And if you go on our website, you will hear interesting story, like parents in New York that they couldn't have the opportunity to have a video chat with their kids living in Texas, for example. So that's why we supported that, because we believe internet should be accessible to everyone wherever you live. So that means internet for everyone everywhere. So, and thank you again. We hope that with the Internet Society Nigeria chapter, such kind of concept can happen here in Nigeria. If you have a project like that, the Internet Society can support you to make that available to your communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. So now the ball is back in my court to close the session. Before I do, I know there was a question directed to...
Please.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. So please, and I told you I was going to really hold you. There are a lot of communities, even in southern Nigeria, that need this. And at the same time, there are people who have redundant money that want to invest in this if they understand. So I want to plead with ISOC, CITAD, and we have a whole lot of big, stakeholders represented there. Please come together and see how you can organize trainings for us in maybe southern Nigeria as well. Maybe I don't know whether or not the north still needs that, but I'm speaking now for those of us in the south, so that stakeholders who have this funding can also come in. It requires multi-stakeholder effort and invest, so that people who need this can, if we understand fully what it takes, I'm sure we may not even be needing funds from outside. There are people who are ready, to invest into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know our time is up. We need to leave the room for another group. So kindly allow me to close the session. Before I close, someone had asked, directed a question to ITU as well as the UK aid. For ITU, I can speak to some of the deliverables that we've had in Kenya and Nigeria and how they speak to M&E as well as the impact. I mentioned the ITU financing efficiency toolkit that was developed and implemented in Kenya, but now is being implemented in other countries, including Nigeria. The toolkit collects best practices from around the continent as well as the globe. Approaches that can guide any universal service fund to understand how to design projects that are funded by the Universal Service Fund, to design, to implement, as well as to monitor and evaluate. So the toolkit is available online. If you'd like, I can give you the link. If you give me your contact, I can send you the link to the toolkit. So the toolkit is a living tool that is constantly being updated as experiences are being collected from different countries. And we use the toolkit to train the national regulator in Kenya on how to design and implement universal service funded projects. And actually they requested ITU if such a toolkit can be used to onboard their staff who are coming in to work for the national regulator. I can speak to some of the, there was an assessment in Kenya of 886 universal service funded projects in Kenya. We were trying to assess the sustainability of those projects, and actually sustainability was a key challenge in the schools, and not just economic sustainability, but also social sustainability, environmental sustainability, and governance. Yeah, and the findings of the assessment were used as to provide input to the development of the Kenya Universal Service Fund strategy for 2022 to 2026. So I guess that speaks to impact as well as you know, many other aspects. And then also I can mention that we've had a lot of, with the UK DAP and other UK DAP local partners in Nigeria and Kenya. We usually have a coordination mechanism whereby the DAP partners, local and international, come together often. For example, with APC, UK Aid, and many others, we come together often to share our work findings and to share learnings. And that way we kind of learn from one another, and also we co-design solutions to support government. So we work as a team rather than separately. So that we found really helps to create impact, as well as to help, in systemic enhancement for each of the participating organizations. So that's what I can mention for now. Since our time is over, allow me to finalize. I think we have spoken about that complementary access networks are an absolute for inclusion. There is need to research on community networks in Nigeria to understand, or maybe the communities, what are their needs, what support do they need, and which other communities can benefit from intervention of complementary access networks. And I think we've spoken about many other ideas. I just want to finalize. Okay, I just want to finalize by saying that I think that sustainability is key when we are thinking about complementary access networks. So it's important to think about sustainability from the onset. Sometimes we tend to think about sustainability once the project is already up and running, but let's learn to think about sustainability when we are designing the project. So the sustainability is embedded in the design of our projects. And that's how I think Africa is going to have sustainable projects, rather than thinking about sustainability after a project has already been set up. I want to say thank you very much, ID from the UK Aid, Victor from Internet Society, Rispa from the Kenya School of Community Networks. I want to say thank you very much, YZ from CTAD. He has a wealth of knowledge, feel free to approach him and any of us after this. And I want to thank my colleague, Josephine from the Association for Progressive Communications. I am Kagweri Nkonge from ITU. We called you, we asked you to come today to join us. This was a collaborative effort, but we could not have achieved anything without you. So thank you very much. Give yourselves a clap for being here today. We want to say thank you very much. Thank you, we called and you came. Asanteni sana.
This meeting outside. You are holding up a meeting, no, please. Thank you. Yes. Gentlemen, we are having a meeting now, please. Thank you.
Hello? Niels, I don't know if Niels.
Hello. Yes. Hello, Nils.
Hey, how are you? Hope you can hear me fine.
So I don't know if we should just start. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Mm. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to this session. My name is Catherine Chalo from the Kenya ICT Action Network, which is also known as KICTANET, where I'm the Africa Regional Coordinator for the Local Access Networks Project, which is known as LockNet. So in this session, we're going to be discussing how different communities in Africa are either able to or not able to tap into the full potential of digital connectivity. And we will also dive into contextual solutions which align with these challenges, because we're trying to move away from the global approach of bundling the global south into one, which more than usual leads to general solutions. So I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves, starting from my far right.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Okoro Onyekachi Emmanuel. I'm the Executive Coordinator of the Media Awareness and Justice Initiative. We work in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. We use IT, we use low-cost tech, we use FLOSS technology to empower rural communities in the Niger Delta. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Inhueze Mobilo, and I'm a Senior Program Officer with Pradam Initiative, where I lead Pradam Initiative digital inclusion programs, which cut across Nigeria and over 6 countries in the continent. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Peace Oliver Muge and I work for the Association for Progressive Communication. The tech guy is out. So I am based in Uganda. I'm happy to be part of this panel. Nils?
Hi everyone, hope you can hear me. My name is Niels Brock. I'm a journalist, media developer, and consultant with focus on community media and community networks. I have lived and worked rather in Latin America, but also been involved in cooperation dialogue with civil society organizations from Africa since 2019. And just something to add, so I was announced for this event as representing the Global Innovation Gathering. That is not the case. So I'm a member of this interesting maker network. So I'm rather here as a consultant of Rhizomatica, that some of you might know, an organization supporting innovative application of technology with and in community organizations. And Rhizomatica works together with APC, the Association for Progressive Communication, in the local network initiatives that I will tell a little bit more about. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So just to begin, when you talk about meaningful access, so some of the indicators for meaningful access is access to affordable devices, access to affordable internet bundles, investment in infrastructure, digital skills. But I feel like even beyond these factors, there's also other factors that are affected by these factors, like social cultural issues, gender, and many others. So I think we'd like to move beyond just the factors that we know. And I'd like the panelists, when they're discussing, probably we can dive deeper into those other issues that are affected by these primary issues of meaningful access. So coming from the school of thought that meaningful access is contextual, I'd like, this goes to all the panelists. What does meaningful connectivity mean to you, not just from a personal perspective, but also from the perspective of the communities that you have been working with?
Thank you very much. And I'll speak from the context of the Niger Delta. If you've read about the Niger, if you're from Africa, you might have heard about the Niger Delta. But if you're Nigerian, you know synonymous with the Niger Delta is environmental pollution. And that touches on the lives and livelihoods of people who live in the Niger Delta. However, most of these people, they try to advocate, try to have their voices heard, they try to engage. However, they lack the basic tools to drive that campaign. And most times their campaigns are narrative style. They try to do witness interviews, but this generally does not drive the campaign as it's supposed to be. And so most times what is meaningful for them is how they can use the internet to, one, create opportunities for themselves, while also driving the campaign around environmental pollution that affects them and their livelihoods. For MAGI, the Media Awareness and Justice Initiative, we've tried to marry both of these situations to ensure that, one, sustainability of the community network, and two, to ensure that people are participating loads in that network. To do that, we deployed air quality sensors, because air quality, there are various reports that have identified that the Niger Delta is hugely polluted. The air quality in Niger Delta is hugely polluted. There's a recent report from Euronews that identifies 6 countries as having the world's largest air pollution data. Nigeria is one of those 6 countries, India, Pakistan, China, and that report was released in August 2023. However, if you go back 2 years, when we had the COVID situation, when the first cases of COVID hit Nigeria, most of these cases, people didn't take them seriously until they started putting numbers to the cases. And air quality, you can't see pollution, air quality pollution. But when you start putting numbers to air quality pollution, it becomes a serious issue. However, if you're to deploy air quality in community, air quality monitors in communities that are affected by air quality, you have to transfer that information from the location where those devices are deployed to databases where communities can use the data to be able to engage. So that for them is meaningful access. Secondly, there are people who are SMEs, urban rural communities, who are very poor, but they run businesses that are internet dependent. For example, mobile money vendors, POS vendors, people who use it for small-time businesses, and their cost for having internet that enables them to their businesses is expensive. So they spend more on internet access and then spend most of their profit to be able to be relevant within the business. So for us, providing that internet access for them to be able to have low-cost access, do their businesses, and then open themselves up to more economic opportunities now provides meaningful access to these communities. Having these two contexts provides communities the incentive to want to support, to want to participate, and to want to contribute. One example is one of the networks the Media Awareness and Justice Initiative deployed. We deployed that network in February this year, and we had less than 20 to 25 people or 30 people using it. But as I'm speaking to you now, we have people from other communities coming to this community to use that network. There are people paying as low as 100 naira, which is for 24 hours internet access. internet broadband access. And they are using that for their businesses. They are using that. And we also deploy these monitors in this community. So these air quality monitors, so they themselves can monitor the environment, that they can educate their wards and their children as regards what do they do on a particular day where the air quality is bad. And then on the flip side, they can as well use that to provide economic opportunities for themselves, thereby creating sustainability for the network and then providing meaningful use of that network. So that's what, from the community angle and from our experience, what we've been doing with community networks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I said earlier, my name is Inwez Onwobilo. And because from the experience of my work leading digital inclusion, since 9 years now, I started this work in the southeastern part of Nigeria, and we moved over to Nigeria and in the continent of Africa now. What I have found out that meaningful connectivity means to the people we work with. So in Paradigm Initiative Digital Inclusion Programs, our motto is to connect underserved youth from underserved communities to ICT-enabled opportunities. So we find out that makes our program that our training centers are located in usually underserved communities. And because of that, we've had the experience of coming in contact with young people who normally would not have access to the luxury of the city or even the semi-urban cities. So to them, first of all, meaningful connectivity is not just that they have what we call it, digital devices, or that they even have access to broadband network. But meaningful access to them means what is the quality of the assets they have and what they can do with it. So if I have trained a young person that is doing web development, can the quality of access in his local community allow him to do the job he has been able to secure from a client in India? And will that internet be stable enough for him to wake up, maybe coming back from the farm in the evening, and still have access to the internet to do things online? So as the thing goes on, you'll find out that it varies from community to community. Say, for example, when we started our work in 2015 in the suburb of a city called Aba in Nigeria, we saw that we were seeing young people travel like 10 kilometers on foot to come to our centers. And most of these young people come from families who most times cannot even afford to buy the 100 Naira MB. But the center provided them the opportunity that we started seeing young people from these communities now taking advantage of the skills at the center, taking advantage of the internet access provided at the center to apply for scholarships. That as I'm talking to you now, we have young people from those communities, not less than 5 of them, studying in international universities across the world, which if they did not have access to those network and the quality that could have allowed them to compete with other young people from all over the world. So you find out that most times we see that they miss opportunity based on we think that maybe they are not as smart as the people in the city. But because they've been exposed, because they now have this access, most of them are given the same platform to compete with their mates from all over the world. And now we are seeing that these people, even from the city, are not smarter than these young people. So for us and for the young people that we work with, meaningful connectivity is not about how many times or do we have internet access in this community, but meaningful connectivity means what
can the access that we have here help us to do? So most times you find out that it might not necessarily mean that you have what do you call it, advanced digital devices. It might be the ability to use these devices, this access to improve the livelihood, source of livelihood of the community. Let's give an example. A child there's a local delicacy we eat in the eastern part of Nigeria. So this woman carries it in a bowl, big bowl, and goes around to sell. So the child came to our training, finished the training, and understood how he can use his Facebook page to advertise. So, and started advertising that local delicacy from his Facebook page. And in a course of a month, the mom found out that the girl sells more from home than like 2 times what she will sell carrying the bowl and going on foot around the city for 1 whole day. That the woman had to come to the office to say, what did you teach this girl? That I find out that she doesn't step out of the house, but she makes more sales than me going about. So for them, for that woman now, he doesn't care whether you're doing, she doesn't care whether you're doing 4G, 5G, or artificial intelligence, or whatever thing. But what matters to them is that this new technology has helped, has contributed to improving the source of livelihood in their community. So what we, and like we're saying, one of the things we also find out is that as we move from community to community, this changes. Because there are some other communities where you go to, you find out that the students, like during the COVID, did not have access to any form of education. But they were able to log on to a platform created by the state, which even with 2G network, they were able to access that platform, and the children continue going to school even during the COVID. So for those people now, it is access to that basic form of education enabled by the internet network, no matter the level whereof, no whether, like I'm saying, 2G. So as we are going, as we are moving, we'll find out that for me, that is in the city and the level of work I'm doing, meaningful connectivity for me is that I have an internet that can be giving me an upload rate of not less than 100 Mbps. But you find out that someone in the city, in the rural communities, that meaningful connectivity to her is that she can even get 0.5 MB, which can help her to do the basic thing that will improve their livelihood or give them access that they wouldn't have gotten before. So for us, what we can call meaningful connectivity with the communities we are working with is any form of connectivity that can help them meet their immediate need. For them, that is meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for me, what I would say meaningful connectivity means is internet that is is it loud? Yeah, okay. Sometimes we never listen. So yeah, I think meaningful connectivity means internet that is non-discriminative, does not discriminate you against your gender. You know, internet that both men and women can use. Youth, you know. Is it? Okay, yes. So I was talking about internet being non-discriminative, meaning women and men, young and old, can all use it. You know, internet that you can access anytime that you want, not internet that you need to walk out of your home and go to school or go to a restaurant or go to a hotel and access it. It needs to be open. You need to use it every time you need it, anytime you need it. That is something that I would call meaningful. Another aspect of meaningful connectivity would be the openness of the internet, you know, the accountability that the internet has. You know, the platforms you're using, are they accountable? Do you know your data, where it's going? Who uses it? Can you hold it back? The quality of the internet you use. the internet does not, talking about the gender digital divide is the non-discriminativeness that I was speaking about. Also, the rural and urban gap that it has. It should not have that. Whether you live in the rural areas or live in the urban areas, there should not be a gap when we talk about meaningful connectivity. There should not be a gap in the generation when we talk about meaningful connectivity. The connectivity should also be affordable for it to be meaningful. If you cannot afford it, then it is not meaningful. You should be able, you should have the knowledge to use it. That's when you should call it that it is meaningful. There should not be differences in this aspect that I've brought up. So that's something that I would call meaningful. That's where I should briefly say.
Thank you all. I'll now move to Niels.
Yeah, thank you. Already great contributions, and I will make it short to not run out of time with the first question. So I think something that I can add is the point on ownership, right? So I think meaningful connectivity for a community also comes when the community is really owns their digital network, and when they really have a say in what is happening. So, and I see kind of a paradox when at the one hand we say, okay, everybody has to get access and meaningful connectivity, and then at the same time we question the narrative as the internet itself. So we talk about the fragmentation of the internet. So there are so many walled gardens. The idea of a multi-stakeholder model is really at risk those days. So what is happening there? And I think all those initiatives that we also find in Africa that are building the internet up from the ground, so something that Maji is doing in Nigeria, for instance, with those sensor networks and all those great initiatives, there the communities have also an active say in the infrastructure of what is happening, and that makes a difference. So why do we need a global provider of an e-learning platform if you can host your e-learning content on a local server? And then even if the connectivity to the internet is lost, you still have a working digital network on the ground, and then this part can be federated with others. And I think those ideas that are emerging, that is also like a shift of the mindset. They are so important, and there are so many good things in Africa happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niels. So moving on, I mentioned before the meaningful access indicators, which is affordability of devices, affordability of internet bundles, investment in infrastructure, digital skills. But as I said before, beyond that, I feel there's still issues that affect how people are able to meaningfully tap into connectivity. And these are like social issues, economic issues, gender issues. And that's what I want us now to move into. So first, starting with Niels, LockNet, which I mentioned is the Local Access Networks initiative, has been operating in 3 different continents, that is Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And Niels has been operating communities of practice. And recently they have come up with a local services paper to explore how communities are able to tap into connectivity. So moving to Niels, from your experience from the communities of practice, and also in dealing with all these communities, do you feel the factors that influence meaningful connectivity are the same for all the continents? Do you feel it's a regional thing? Do you think it's a national thing? What are these factors that influence meaningful connectivity? Factors that influence how communities are able to tap into connectivity?
Thanks, Catherine. Well, I think the question is a good one. So I think there are global issues and there are also specific ones. And I think the important thing is that there will be a needs assessment, and that the communities are heard, and that they can bring forward what they think are the priorities for what they are doing. So from global issues, I would say, especially if you talk about rural communities, so agriculture, rural services are a big topic that adds to meaningful connectivity. Health is also a big questions. So how can we improve the health situations in communities, and how can people on the ground build on the knowledge that is existing, and not always imagining that things come from outside. And education is also a big topic. And of course, livelihood as itself, as it was presented before, is also something very important. And yeah, I was prepared to talk a bit about communities of practice, but maybe this is not so important. But from the look that we had from LogNet and still have, so the question is always a bit, what are the enabling technologies? So if we talk about the communities and to have meaningful access or to have meaningful connectivity, what is at stake there? And I think there are elements that are very often overseen. So for instance, passive infrastructure. So how can a community that has not access to regular grid electricity really experience meaningful connectivity? How is this possible? And so there is an engagement and investment necessary from the community side in solar energy and photovoltaic systems, for instance. And so those are also elements for me that add to meaningful connectivity that are often overseen. It's not only about the content, so it's also about what is enabling the communication and what puts the community into a driver's seat. So also when it comes to other infrastructure elements, I talked before about local servers, but we can also talk about towers to raise antennas that could be built with local materials, with bamboo, for instance, and not with a construction company that is coming from outside, which is also out of scope of the financial possibilities of some communities. So this kind of, I would say, holistic thinking of really localize and customize what it means to create connectivity and on the ground. And local services, and this is the paper that you were referring to, we had like a deep dive into this, comparing local services that are imagined or already running in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And to make it short, so something that we were able to distinguish. And this brings us back to the point that the thing is not coming from outside. It's not about to say, okay, meaningful connectivity is when there is a upload speed or download speed or whatever. It's rather to, okay, let's look what people are doing with this. So, and one thing that meaningful connectivity should contribute to, I think, are services that share existing local knowledge and indigenous practices of the community for the local benefit. So there's so many things that are already there on the ground. So communities, and there are many examples for this in Africa, Asia, and other places, like to archive this knowledge, then to map this knowledge, to make it accessible, first of all, for the community itself, then to think of how to share it and how to make this accessible for everyone who is part of this community. Those are very important things, and some of the benefits, they are immediate. Others, they will come later when there is a database created, and it puts also the communities in the first place to really own their data, to own their own stories. A second dimension that we discovered, there are 4 of them, is the providing of information and learning formats that were created outside of the community. Okay, I agree with this. This is like the typical model of the national curriculum of schools. There are many examples, CYD Malawi, La Différence, also Kilifi digital villages in Kenya. So they provide information that is might already be created, like by a government agency. But there's a difference. This is, for me, not universal access, but it's also community driven, because if it's hosted locally and if it's run by the community, there's also another kind of ownership in this kind of information and providing this information. And again, if connectivity is lost, if some kind of link, be this fiber, be this a LEO satellite or whatever, if this lost, there is still meaningful connectivity possible, because there is a local repository with information, and there will be a digital local data center, or there will be an open hotspot, and people still can work and still can experience this. This is really also about changes of the architecture and the design. I think then a third point, which is really important, is about the creation of new community content and communication formats and other tools. So from my point of view, this is very often very restricted to say, okay, content creation, this is like journalistic and educational formats. I think it's more. It's also like innovating those formats. And again, having a good panel. So the Magi again, so this idea of creating like environmental data and then also work together with others network to put this into stories and to share it. Those are like things that are emerging that are really great. And then another thing, if this will be then translated also and made available in local languages, then you have like really something that is giving a meaning that was not there before. And the fourth dimension that I would like to mention is meaningful extensions and the federations, like the work with other actors. And I think there's also an interesting link. In many countries in Africa and also in other places, there are like a boom of e-governance services, things that are more easily to be done online. And there is the idea really from a citizen's perspective to get people involved in digital activities. And there again, if there is an active community that has invested and that owns its own infrastructure, they can be an extension that brings another kind of value to those services. Local ICT centers, for instance, and local mesh networks. Things that are already happening. And I will leave it there.
Thank you so much, Nelsa. You talked about local content. I think there's a saying that keeps being repeated over and over again, that content is king. So if you're able to help communities create their own content, then that is a very good way of keeping them engaged online. So moving on to Iweze, Paradigm Initiative came up with the Londa Report, which was assessing the state of digital rights and inclusion in Africa. So from your researcher, would you say that meaningful connectivity, the factors that influence meaningful connectivity are the same for all the countries in Africa, or are they different?
Thank you so much. I would say that when you come to that, a lot of countries in Africa have different factors that are influencing meaningful connectivity across them. But apart from a few, first of all, one of the things we found out is, for me, just 2 months ago, I published a blog post where I was trying to research on broadband policies across African countries. So one of the things I found out during that research was that there's a sort of, a race by African countries to tick that box to say we have a broadband plan. But when it comes to implementation, we'll find out that what we see in paper as their broadband plans is far different from what we see in implementation. So for me, doing that research, I found out that one of the problems that cut across one factor that is affecting meaningful connectivity across Africa is poor implementation of government policies. Because when you pick up those plans, they will look so beautiful that if they are implemented, most of the things we are considering as problems as it has to do with meaningful connectivity in Africa, we won't be having those conversations. Then, like Nick mentioned, one thing that I found out that cut across most countries is also the problem of having homegrown alternatives. Because when we are talking about meaningful connectivity, we talk about the devices, we talk about the infrastructure that support it, we talk about the content itself. So doing this over time, we'll find out that all these areas are highly influenced by resources coming outside of Africa. We don't have a lot of companies in Africa that are producing digital devices. We don't have infrastructure, even support staff that can, let's say, for example, communities that are running community networks, you find out that the equipment and everything that will support those things will be imported. And even when they have issues, is only on rare occasions you'll be able to find the manpower within the community that will be able to sort them out.
So I saw this as another thing is lack of homegrown opportunities across all African countries. Then one of the things that is the one that is different, like for example, I found out that in most African countries have been able to establish the Universal Service Fund. Apart from during our study, we found out that Angola has not been able to do that. Then, even at that, one of the things we'll find out again is that even where this Universal Service Fund has been established and funds are being contributed into it, there's the case of mismanagement of those funds, or even the projects that we are supposed to be executed by the Universal Service Fund, they are improperly located. For example, in Nigeria here, I hope that the Chatham House rule will apply here so that nobody will hold me responsible after talking. Because of the work I do recently, in my state where I reside, I found out that an agency of Nigeria was establishing computer centers that was supposed to be community centers. These centers has alternative power supply. They have internet supplied by the satellite internet. So they have everything that is in it. But in my research, I found out that 95% of these centers were locked up and overgrown with grass. And even when me and my organization made effort to activate some of these things with our own result, our own resources, we experienced pushback from people in government. So we found out that when they are implementing these projects, they don't do it having the people in mind. So, and doing those research, we find out that this also cut across so many of African countries that we are studied by Londa. And again, another factor that cut across all the countries in Africa is like Peace mentioned, is the issue of affordability. Everywhere in Africa, the cost of internet service is exorbitantly high. So these few things are some of the things that when we look at it, in as much as I'm talking about this, when you move from country to country, it varies in degrees. Like for example, there are some countries where you go to, you find out that to a large extent, they are making good use of the Universal Service Fund. But there are some other countries where you go to, you find out that this fund exists, but nothing is being done with it at all. Then there are some, like I mentioned Angola. Like you said, that the study found out that even at this time and age, that Angola does not have a Universal Service Fund, which is something that is, because of where we are now, that fund was meant to augment in resources areas where government, like for example, we are talking about moving internet service into rural areas. So we are like when someone was saying something today, most internet service providers are profit oriented. So they will check how profitable moving internet service to those communities will be to them before taking their services to those places. But the Universal Service Fund was supposed to bridge this gap, as it was meant to subsidize the activities of these internet service providers to make sure that these communities were rich, not minding whether they are profitable or not. But in this case, we are seeing that that fund, where it is even being implemented, is not playing that role as expected. So for us, like I said, things we need to look out for, factors that we need to watch out for while we are talking about meaningful connectivity, is the area of looking for homegrown efforts, looking at the cost of internet, that's affordability, and then looking at how sincere government is, as it has to do with implementation of policies that has to do that are meant to make sure that people, no matter wherever they are located on the continent, have access to meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. I think you talked about community engagement, which is a mantra for community networks. And the reason for most initiatives dying is the lack of community engagement. Because if the community is not engaged, then they don't see the user and they will not use whatever services are being offered. And that usually leads to non-commitment. If there's no commitment from there, there's also the issue of security of the devices and the infrastructure that is normally brought into the community. So still on community engagement piece, you have worked with women. You prior to APC, you were at WOGNET, which is the Women of Uganda Network. So what are some of these factors that influence women's engagement online, and what is it that factors that influence meaningful connectivity for women? Are they different from the men, or are they the same?
Thank you, Kathy. And I think you speak to so many of these issues already, these factors. When we talk about women, it's just not one group. We're talking about women with disability, that are affected differently, young women, older women, women who live in rural areas and women who live in urban areas. So these factors really varies. And I want to agree with you that some of these factors from one country to the other are similar. I think the more of similarities, the differences are most times the degree, the level. Some are really, way up there and some are really minimal. So the number one thing that I think when we talk about meaningful connectivity is digital literacy. Women are very much affected by digital literacy. Their ability to navigate the platform, their ability to read, their ability to understand, what we're talking about when we talk about technology to women. This is such a big hurdle for women to access, to meaningfully, access internet. Another thing is the affordability that you speak to, being able to afford the devices, being able to afford the data. We see, data is expensive. You mentioned it already, and then furthermore, there are countries that tax internet. We see in Uganda, they previously had the over-the-top OTT tax, and then it was scrapped off, and again, they levied another tax. Benin did the same, and I think Zambia tried, but there was a pushback, and then OTT did not happen. So that's something that really affects women. From data, we all know that women earn slightly little, and so, and when you look at the roles that women play, you have money that should buy food at home. There's no way you're going to buy internet and not buy food for your children. You're going to buy food and not use the internet. So this really affects meaningful connectivity. And then the infrastructures, looking at, these telcos, they will not go to the rural communities. The government has not laid these things. And then, different initiatives have been put in place, for instance, community network, but it's not spread out. Does not reach, every person. So there's a lot of that. And then when you also look at the people with disability, women with disability, yes, the phones are there, but someone who is visually impaired, how are they going to use these devices? Are not inclusive. They cannot use them. So this really affects their meaningful connectivity. And then we see something that has really increased over the years, and especially COVID really, pushed it further. Online gender-based violence. This is something that affects women. You go online, there's a lot of setback. There's a lot of sexual harassment. There's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of detoxing. There's a lot of things that so many things that are happening online that push women's meaningful connectivity. You want to be in these spaces, but you're afraid of being harassed. You're afraid of being body shamed. So online gender-based violence is something that really affects meaningful connectivity when we look at women and men. And then the legal frameworks, there are so many African countries that have these legal framework policies that if you read them, they're really great policies that should promote people's meaningful access. But implementation, and it's the same if you move from country to country, implementation is still a very big problem. These policies are not implemented. But again, there are still gaps when you look at gender responsive policies. Most policies are just neutral. And policymakers don't see the need
in saying women and men, youth, older people, person with disability. They don't see the reasons why we should go further into that. So most of the policies are not gender responsive. So that means that women's use and access of the internet cannot be promoted, cannot be achieved. Then we look at internet disruptions, like internet shutdowns. Many African countries have gone through these shutdowns, disruptions. Nigeria recently, Twitter was put down. In Uganda, still Facebook is not is still blocked since 2021. You can imagine. And yet, if you look at platforms that most women that access internet that tend to use more, there are things like Facebook, WhatsApp, because like women in business can at least use Facebook to sell, post pictures of whatever they sell and get market, but it's blocked. Twitter is blocked. So this kind of disruptions, are very difficult for women to navigate. It affects their meaningful connectivity. You can see that then people tend to use like VPNs. Not many women can navigate that and know how to manage, such ways. So this really affects women's meaningful connectivity. So then we look at also the content. When you go online, are you going to find the relevant content that is empowering to you? So these are some of the things that, I thought I should just point out. So yes, I really agree with whatever you said. And I want to say that different genders are affected differently, and these factors affect these different genders disappropriately, especially for women. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peace. I think going back to what Hiweze had said, that meaningful access for him is probably different from meaningful access to someone in the rural areas. Maybe that person probably will just feel happy just being able to open Facebook, but for you, it's about the upload and the download speeds. So moving on to you, Okoro, you operate a community network here in Nigeria. So do you think the factors that affect meaningful access for rural communities is different from the factors in the urban areas?
Thank you very much. I would say the factors differ. However, the difference in these factors are not really great. For example, power. People have talked about powering community networks. How can community networks be off-grid, such in a way that if there's no power supply to that network, there's still access power to that device? Because if internet networks or community networks are not stable, community people lose interest in using that structure. However, that's on the supply side. On the demand side, if I am poor and I don't have a generating set to power my device, even if there's accessible community internet in my community, I can still not power my device to use it. So it's dual ways. Also, it's important to note that data is something that has not been looked at. And when I mean data, I'm not talking about the data that communities need to use to become inclusive in the system, but I'm talking about people carrying out a kind of a research. And I don't mean desktop research, because most times what I see is people sit in offices, ask questions on phone, but they don't go down to the community and ask the woman who is selling akara or who is selling, like, how much are you willing to pay, or how much are you able to pay to have internet access? For example, what Maji did when deploying his community network was we didn't just attach costs, because one, you have to provide internet, it has to be affordable. We went to the community, we carried out assessments to over 300 young people, old women, people doing POS businesses, people doing bed shops, different views, people in schools, and we found a baseline. Everybody was happy to pay 100 naira. Now, with that baseline, 100 naira for 24 hours, unlimited internet broadband service. Now, if you put that in the amount of money you need to provide sustainability for that support. The only way you can make it sustainable is by having more people be part of the network so as to create the amount of money needed to pay for the subscription of that network. So we now had to start carrying out some kind of an awareness down in the community. This is the place you have to use. This is the amount that is available to pay. And this is the kind of networks that are available. So for us, this data provided us the tools we need, but that is just for one community. How much data is collected across Nigeria? Very little. How much data is collected in urban poor centers? Because there are places that are very wealthy in urban areas, but there are places that are living in urban areas, but they are very poor. And they cannot access or pay for the same internet that the person in the urban high-class areas will pay for. So this kind of information will now feed into the policy-making policy-making component of it. Because if we are going to meet legislators and going to meet administrators and going to meet people who are making these policies, we have to provide them the needed data for them to make the policies in such a way that it becomes beneficial to the people, because they can make policies that the policies now fly over the people who the policies are made for. So for us, we as an organization, we looked at these very many factors. Another thing is the human factor. For internet or for community networks to be sustainable, there has to be community participation, which you've mentioned. And the community participation will actually be hinged on looking at how much is coming into the network's structure, how it's being used, what is it being used for, the management. And this is Africa. People don't trust people, especially when it becomes money. So we will now have to start building trust. Now, it's difficult because people have constantly been lied to. So even if a structure is working comfortably and sustainably, you still need to take time to build the trust of the community to ensure that they are able to trust the people who form the cooperatives that are managing the network. And they are able to have that trust such a way that that network or that cooperative can support the network to expand, because expansion will also provide inclusion. I mentioned that the community networks that we are running, we are serving over, we have two running community networks, and they are serving over 8 to 10 communities. However, 6 of those communities have to move from their place to the location where these community networks are. That movement, for example, during rain, I'm in school, I want to do research, and it's raining. I can't come outside to go to where the network is, to go and connect to it, and then use. So this in itself is also a challenge. Lastly is management of the network itself. I heard somebody in the room, I think earlier today, talk about macroeconomics. How do you manage the amount of data needed to provide service to over 1,000 people, for example? And how do you put that in relation to you getting the numbers needed to provide the data that I was talking about earlier? What we did was we partnered with tech people in Lagos, which I feel is another challenge, because we shouldn't be going to Lagos to have somebody who is a tech person develop a software that will help to provide support for the community network itself. So for us, there are very many factors that need to be looked at, and you can't do it on your own. It has to be done in collaboration with the different stakeholders that make up the sustainability structure of the community network. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Okoro. So just the last question, because we're running out of time. So Africa has about 2,200 languages. So it was very interesting to me. I found out that only 12, or interesting fact, actually, Nigeria takes most of the languages. I think like Nigeria has like 522 languages. I don't know who those people are, but yes. So Google Translate has only 12 African languages. So is the fact that we as Africans experience technology from a secondary perspective, and the fact that we are not the major contributors of content online, does that affect how far we are able to tap into online connectivity meaningfully? Does it put a limit on us on how far we are able to use connectivity to improve our socioeconomic status? So I'll just give 1 minute for us to respond to that. Maybe I'll start with Niels. Niels has been very quiet.
Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, one minute. So what to say? I think something that you don't understand is not meaningful. So I think customizable technologies that permit for multilingual experiences are really, really important. Another thing, I think there is already translation happening from the digital to the analogical. So if you think of community radios, there are important agents also of this kind of inclusion happening, kind of an interface between the meaningful connectivity that's happening online and then kind of a retransmission. And so, yeah, I think it's important to just work on customizable technologies together. It's not easy, as it was mentioned, like it's a challenge to have affordable solutions and also sustainable solutions. But I think this is much more interesting to just to jump the artificial intelligence bandwagon craze, and but to rather think of like local language repositories and extensions for language, and also for persons that might have struggles with literacy. So also to think of how to recreate like oral cultures and contents if you talk about languages on the internet. So that's my take. I hope it was less than a minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Niels. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Kathy. I just want to speak on one fact. When it comes to research, content is such an important bit, and then research is a very important aspect of if you want to find a solution, having the right data. So when we look at when we do research, it's in English, we all speak English, but this research is published. We want to speak to policymakers, want to speak to different stakeholders, the technical community, want to speak to the communities, but this report cannot be consumed by all these different people. So that means that we need to, when we have done a research and we're publishing it, we need to make it simple and speak languages that these different people that we're targeting, understand. So even if it is in English and these people speak English, it's still a problem. So when we talk about the other languages, so you can imagine how complex and difficult it is and how it affects meaningful connectivity. So for me, in 1 minute, I would just say that it is a big factor, when we talk about meaningful connectivity. And let's try to always, when we create content for a target group, make sure that the languages are right, everything that we use, it's simplified. What we want to put out is put out in the right way. And as much as we can, if we can translate always, it's very important to do that. But yes, language is a big factor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come from the angle, like I said earlier on, we implement a digital skill program for young people in underserved communities. By the time I started implementing this program, I found out that most of the young people that come into the program come from a background where they don't speak good English. So, and that became a barrier that most of them will come to the class and will not participate. But we took a stand to even told the facilitators, you can even use the Nigerian broken English, that someone can even use the van. If you even told the participants, if you can't express yourself in English, use even the vernacular to express yourself. One of the things we found out in that program is that when we created that environment, it gave everyone a sense of belonging, that even those who were not
bold or who were not bold enough to participate in classes felt welcome. And over time, we saw that different class of young people, no matter their background, will come into the program. And one of the things we found out is that when you come down to their level, like you rightly said, they consume a lot and they learn a lot. And at the end of the day, it helped to demystify this idea that digital technologies is meant for the smartest of the young people. So like you're saying, creating content in our local languages in a way that everyone that want to consume digital product will be able to access them easily is a factor that we should consider, even when we are talking about meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
For me, language is a problem. And it has already been emphasized by my other panelists here. I would suggest visual and image support tools. Sometimes you go to some websites and you see loads of content, and the question is, how long will it take for you to transload or to transcribe or to translate these things into local languages? And how many people speak the local languages so well that when you translate it, it's understandable by people at the community level? For example, I was born in Lagos. I'm Igbo by birth, but I don't speak any Igbo. I speak Yoruba. So if I am translating Igbo language, I'll be translating from the point of the little I know. But it will not make sense to somebody who was born and brought up in a place in Aba or in a place in Abia State. Very, very. So the point I'm trying to make is visual and image tools are straightforward. It's easy. And one example is we did a research on the impacts of oil spills on people living with disability. And when we were presenting or when we were printing out the report, we printed out the report in two forms. One was the normal clear print, that's for policymakers. But we also developed the reports in Braille so that it can also speak the language of the people who are visually impaired. And this is important, that when developing tools, when developing content, we should try to look at these support tools. Ideally, visuals and images, because it's something people understand. People are easily relatable with it, and it's something that they can be able to use to support inclusion and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would love to invite the participants to ask questions, but I cannot because there's a session that has started, which I'm actually moderating. So thank you all for your participation. Thank you so much, the panelists, for all your nuggets of knowledge. And I hope from there we can embark on creating people-centric solutions for Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nils.